Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to 2021. You're in the Trade Ideas live trading room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, first of all, quick sound check. And can you see my screen? Want to make sure I'm not having any issues yet this morning. Yes, and yes. Thank you very much. Yes, bingo. This is bingo for me has been a really nice one. That's the second time last week. I say I rarely take after-hour trades, but I just love the way this was finishing up on. That was on Thursday, and so I ended up taking this trade right here at three. I think it was 325. After hours, I sold some at 420. Woke up this morning, nice pop still, 470, and it is still moving. I did sell some more at 470. So when you look at bingo and why was I interested and some others, I guess, is just because looking at the monthly chart, lots of room, and it still has room. The next high looking left, I believe, is around 624. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but just been a beauty. So let's take a look at what else is happening. Now, before I do that, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second. I'm just going to add in that noise canceller. I think that was causing some of the issues last week regarding, I had it connected before I went on. So just give me a moment here. All right, so hopefully that we're still okay. You guys can still hear me, still see my screen. Okay, excellent. Okay, now let's take a look. There's a lot happening this morning. Market is up. Let's see, what's the SPY doing right now? SPY's at an all-time high, of course, right now. Well, that was the all-time high right here. 376.46, so just dropped down a little bit, but basically we're at a all-time high with the SPY. Okay, tons happening. Even like there's so much happening in the crypto world. Of course, crypto went crazy over the last 2 weeks. What did it hit? 36,000. I think it pulled back. I think I read 11% or something. But crypto has just gone crazy. The China EVs, NIO. Look at NIO up 5%. XPEV actually had some news they put out. I think they said that they're 2020, 112% increase in 2020 for their vehicle sales. So XPEV, LI is up also. So these China EVs are getting hot again. OCGN is I guess we'll call it an India virus play. OCGN up 96%, 26 million shares. This is not a low float, 156 million, but based on what's happened in the pre-market, I think that's easily going to trade its float today, 156 million. You might want to keep an eye on these three China telecoms also. I guess they're going to be delisted. I can't remember the exact date, maybe within the next couple of weeks. So we have CHL, CHA, and CHU. So the three CHs, add a letter. Okay? Cala. Big gap down for Cala. Well, nobody was in this one. Cala. I guess it's late stage drug failure, and they're laying off people, so this is down 53%. So make sure you guys can hear me, okay? I don't see any posts, okay. WKHS, another EV play, WKHS. Actually had some news this morning. 6,300, approximately 6,300 vehicle purchase order for WKHS. What a run. I mean, this is a big float. Freeport McMoran. McMoran. 1.5 billion in the float. Look at the run this has been on. $27. It's up 3.5%. What a run it's been on. A few months ago, pandemic, just after during pandemic, down to $6. This is basically quadrupled since that time. All right, okay, let's talk about, here's another crypto play. I don't know if they're a new entry or I do see a press release. NCTY, I don't know if it's a new entry into crypto or not. Through the 200-day moving average, up 61%. Very, very low float, 1.74 million in the float. So as always, if you're going to take one of these, you have to be awfully careful. Very low float. Do not walk away from your computer. Ante, A-N-T-E. A-N-T-E. Nice gap up. They signed some kind of an investment agreement. This is a China stock. Can't quite see it. Oh, I see what they've done. They've wrapped it down here. Okay. So this is a China stock, ANTE. Look at the gap. I think what happened here is a symbol name change. This is not an IPO, but HOFV, Hall of Fame, HOFV. Don't see any reason for it. It's just one of these ones that have been active, very active in the past. It's got up to 650. When was this? This was back in early November. Been kind of inactive ever since, but a little bit of activity this morning. A lot of volume, 1.8 million. Relatively low float, 22 million. Another crypto play, EBON. EBON. 24%. China stock. This one way down. Way down. GNW. I guess there was some kind of a merger that was supposed to take place, and that is not going to happen, or at least it's been postponed. And there doesn't appear to be any interest in the other party now. So anyway, GNW, big gap down for it, 31%. Big float, half a billion in the float to be down 31%. Yikes. V-Ray. Let's see, this is up. They have released preliminary. This is preliminary Q4 data. Obviously, the market is liking what they're seeing so far. I should have talked a little bit about the trade of the week, UAVS. So as usual, guys, okay, here's the trade of the week. It's considered suggested entry would be 640, so it's below that right now. Obviously trying to maybe take advantage of something of a pullback that is maybe over. So the high looks like so that was Thursday, Wednesday. So the high looks like that. So they're basically saying, okay, if it can take out that high, it may have a run up to this area. And again, share size accordingly. There is the 432 right now is the 200-day moving average. But again, this is not live unless it gets up to 640. It may not happen this week. QS, wow, what a come down for QS. Look at this, 27%, continuing to move down. I saw this one here. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm just reading some articles about technical, what does it say? Technical hurdles to overcome. So that is QS. Curi, C-U-R-I, I'm not sure. Didn't see any reason for that one to be up, but up it is, and an all-time high. I guess this was an IPO back here. CURI. Mara, here's another crypto play. Mara, as high as 1255 in the pre-market. 1475 is the high back here a few days ago. Another crypto play, BTBT. Another all-time high, BTBT. Another crypto play, CAN. Actually, it's come back a little bit, 744 down to 7. I saw this one creeping in at the very end when I was doing my pre-market work. OEG up 9%. And in case you're seeing this one, FLIR is a buyout. That's why this is flatlined right across. I think the buy is supposed to be around $65. I think it's a company, Teledyne, TDY, buying FLIR, FLIR. Okay, thank you. That's another old SPAC. The Curie. Yeah, I can't keep track of them anymore. So let's see if, well, I'm pretty sure 2021 is just going to, again, be the second year of SPAC frenzy. Of course, we've got crypto, we've got EVs, lots and lots of exciting sectors to look forward to in 2021. Let me see just quickly to see if the analysts were doing anything this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. And the answer is yes, they are. They were hard at work over the New Year's holiday. Let's take a look at what they've got for upgrades and downgrades. I can only get a few of them in. Wow. See if I can pick off a few of them. Yeah, there's too many. I'm going to have to just kind of pick a few of them. What I'm looking for right now are multiple upgrades. So is there one stock that is being upgraded by several firms? I don't see any right now. Yeah, okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the, upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Okay, I see some banks being downgraded. See, we have an upgrade and a downgrade for Sage. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Brian, if it's all outlined in the email. If you don't have the email, hopefully all you have to do is subscribe to it. Okay, the rationale behind the trades of the week, it's all outlined in the email. Yeah, I mean, we all saw the fever pitch buying into EVs and alternative energy stocks at the end of last year. It's also possible that the start of 2021 could favor stocks that utilize drones, whether or not that happens, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, it's a fairly, it's an email. If you're not getting the trades of the week, you can sign up for it here. I don't pick them personally. I'm not the one who's picking. This is Steve Gomez who's picking them. Also, guys, the promo code is still active, okay? So there is still time. And we're going to pop this in here. There is still time to get 25% off. I'm pretty sure tonight will be it. Just want to put this in here. And I'm pretty sure this will be it. 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. I'm pretty sure that promo code will be non-existent. So you want to still take advantage of 25% off the first month only or the entire year. There is the promo code. Again, Old Lang Syne 25 and percent. Don't forget the percent sign. We still get people saying it's not working. They're forgetting to put in the percent sign. All right, so I'm watching this NCTY, see if it can, holding, there's the 200-day moving average, so it's well above that right now. Crypto play now. BNGO, so they actually did have some news this morning. Published a study on autism, risk genes after detailed, etc. So they did actually have a little bit of news this morning for Bingo, BNGO. So just looking to see if there's anything else creeping in here. OCGN again, starting to drift down now. High of 467. That's a pretty big percentage drop now for OCGN. Call this an India virus play. This is a buyout also, in case you saw this, Magellan Health, MGLN. This is a buyout. Take a look at this QS to see if it has any bounce in it whatsoever. Man, oh man, yeah, this is just not shortable for me. I looked at this right here. I thought, man, is this? And then I started reading a little bit more about it. I don't know if this is the. I mean, it's already been in a slide. I mean, this hit what, man, 130, what, 130, 132, not that long ago. I mean, it has been just, well, cut in half. And we're only talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days ago. This hit 132. It's been cut in half now. And that's the QS. All right, guys, as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, these 3 windows here, just from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, sorry, John. You know, no language like that, okay? Thank you. You want to come back into the room, that's fine, but later on, but no language like that. This is in the YouTube feed. Let's see, what else? So, again, nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. I put a time delay on this. You will start getting alerts here You want to take early trades? It's up to you, of course. I like to wait about 15 minutes. No prediction. I have no predictions for it. You know, I'm just fortunate to be in it. I have no predictions whatsoever. I don't predict. Okay. All I'm going to say is that the next high looking left is up here at 624. Is it going to get there? I don't know. I mean, it already that was the one area 468 that I thought it might struggle. Right there. What's the high right there? Yeah. So I thought maybe it might struggle right around here, but 460, but not even close. So all you can do is look left and start to see areas where it could stall. But I'm not predicting it's going to get up here. DXC. I don't know too much about these guys. Yeah, okay, I do see, I mean, it's up nicely, pretty good. I mean, not great volume, 35 million. It's a big float, 251 million. I guess this must have been, I don't know where they came from. Is this an IPO back here? No. So, I mean, yeah, it's had a nice gradual run up. If I look on the monthly chart, 37 could be the next area of resistance. Okay, guys, I'm just going to change my layout. Yeah, give me a moment here. Did it again. Yeah, okay, just a minute, please. Just a minute, please. I made a mistake on that loading, so just give me one moment. All right. So what time is it now? Another minute and a half before the market's going to open. Trade of the week is UAVS. Yes, it is. Okay, just getting set for this open. 2021 has a nice ring to it. Well, Muff Dog, today, tomorrow is now, so welcome to the room. Okay, just getting things. Okay, just got to add one. What time is it right now? Yeah, 30 seconds before the market opens. Just have to add one window here. forgot to mention RMO. RMO, which was our... Oop, we're now open. Yeah, that was the news, Casa. That is the news regarding J&W merger off and no... Just one moment, please. Yeah, so RMO, guys, wow, look at this. I mean, it was all the way up to 2371. Has pulled all the way back down now, 23. So this was the SPAC. RMG turned into RMO. Happened on Wednesday. All right, so OGN, wow, look at this. High flyer, pre-market, giving it up in a big way. Ah, this is shortable also for me. But I'm not gonna chase it now. India virus play. Interesting, nothing happening in here yet. NCTY, guys, held 6. NCTY held 6 nicely so far. I mean, well, here was the base, 565. So far, holding 6. But again, be awfully careful. There's only 1.7 million in the float. Yeah, BT squared. My goodness, look at this. What a move again, 30%. I mean, look at the week it had last week. Yeah, so listen, this may not activate. I mean, the suggested entry is $6.40 for UAVS. That is the trade of the week. Doesn't activate, doesn't activate. All right, guys. Well, that's it for me and BNGO for a while anyway. I just took out the just on that underneath that 5 break, so I'm all out of it. And this is from after hours that I took that trade on Thursday. Yeah, look at this. So here's crypto. So let's see what Bitcoin is doing actually. GBTC. Yeah, I don't quite get that bottoming tail. Don't know if I believe it. And a bit of a red bar action happening right now. Dow's a little bit down. NASA's up. SPY's up. Boy, Mara's really... Marathon completes a $200 million private placement. But that was already announced this morning. How's Riot doing? Yeah, okay, so it's a little bit of Bitcoin pressure right now, but not for BTBT. And you're right, NCTY halted on the way down. Man, oh man. Another reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at that big green candle. Looked like it was on its way. Next candle is huge red and halted. Okay, a little bounce for Cala. Bad news for this drug. Negative data. Still down 42%, but trying to put in a little bit of a bounce. CALA. Like the big bounce here. All right, guys, I say I'm just kind of biding my time. Yeah, the first 15 minutes to pass. If you're going to go long anything, it better be an alpha stock. Right now, that market's putting in a pretty decent red bar in that first 15 minutes. Look at Cala. What a bounce it's had. I mean, off from 225 all the way up to 3. Okay, and Cala just got halted on the way up. Man. That's pretty interesting. Interesting in that, I mean, this stock just devastated. We do see bounces from time to time intraday for some of these stocks, but not usually this early. Boy, Mara just taking a header here. So the cryptos, yeah, look at CAN. So the cryptos, you know, after the pre-market pop for most of them. Okay, NCTY just opened. Yeah, you're probably looking in the, yeah, there is a trade of the week. Has not triggered. UAVS has not triggered. 640 is the suggested entry, so nowhere close. And this may not trigger. You know, what they were looking at is maybe taking out that high on Wednesday, I guess, and then maybe start to fill in this gap. It may not trigger. We're seeing some pretty big gap downs initially. Some of these stocks that were really looking good in the pre-market. I mean, here's another one, quadruple U. Boy, Mara is just getting trashed here. Let me take a look at Bitcoin again, GBTC. Yeah, so Mara is kind of trading on its own. Can't be. I mean, the financing. I mean, that was that news came in at 8:35. So I mean, that was pre-market. Not shortable for me. the big red dot in Interactive Brokers. Okay, now Riot is starting to follow. Riot and Mara. My guess is if I look at CAN, kind of doing the same thing. Even BT actually fell also. Still up a lot, but it is starting to put in red bars. Not shortable for me. Yeah, okay, so we cannot say something like that, okay, guaranteed. There's no such thing, okay? Sorry. It might be your opinion, and it may happen, but yeah, we can't say that. All right, here's another one that just got halted. Insignia Systems, ISIG. ISIG just got halted. Ooh, this looks like this is going to be well, it's hard to say. I'm trying to see what it's stacking up at. At one point it was 674, 674, but it's now 619, 619. Yeah, so Peter, it has not triggered, all right? The trade of the week is not triggered. Only if it gets up to 640, so it has not triggered. All right, so this one, OEG. Oh, another. Okay, so this just resumed. Cala just resumed. Boy, what a bounce. This is actually shortable for me. Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, too late. Did not act quickly enough. So guys, again, just a word on the trade of the week. You get the email, it specifically says, unless it hits 640, it is not active. That's a suggested entry, okay? Now, you can do what you want, but I mean, that is what the email says. And again, you can do what you want, but I mean, that is a suggested entry for UAVS. It may not trigger, either today, tomorrow, may not trigger at all this week. Yeah, NIO actually is, you're right, NIO is actually shooting up, NIO. XPEV is not following suit. I believe, let me just make sure. I believe that XPEV is the only one that actually had some news out of the three of them. Three of them meaning NIO, LI, and XPEV. These guys actually had some news this morning, talking about what sales were like in 2020, 112% over. But certainly NIO is the one that most people know, and this is having a great day. I mean, there's the all-time high. Yeah, the problem is can you hear me, Colonel Mike? So all I can ask you to do is do a refresh. If you can see the refresh, that's beside the gear icon. Try a refresh, maybe come in and out of the room. I know some people had this problem last week, a couple of times. You might have to just do a refresh a few times or log in and out. Other than that, I can't help you. I don't know what browser you're using. I know the recommended browser is Chrome. But other than that, I'm not sure how I can help you. But yeah, this is not widespread. Most people can see my screen. Oh, David, am I wrong? Oh, okay. I could have sworn it was XPAV, but well, I don't know. This is what I'm reading, David Summerford. This is what I see. I didn't see anything on NIO specifically. It was XPAV. Okay. All right. So I know I shouldn't be biased at all, but I do have a negative bias about this one. But I guess I have to point it out. JAGX over a dollar. Last week, let's see, it hit a dollar, just over a dollar on Thursday. Seems to be, yeah. L2, level 2, it seems to be. I mean, I'm just looking at time and sales. It seems to be working. Well, look at this SPAC, IPV, 1656, dropped a dollar. So we see a lot of action like this in the pre-market right now. A lot of stocks that had little pops to start are drifting down. Wow, V-Ray just stellar off that low, $4, $4.75. I see this actually showed up in my watch list at 456. Basically releasing preliminary fourth quarter results for V-Ray, or ViewRay, but V-R-A-Y. Again, there's the JAGX. It's not a low float, 59 million in the float. This happens every now and then with this one. I usually it gives it up, but you can see that week, got up to 130, closed at 71 cents. So be careful on the JAGX. All right, HOFV. Trying to get back to the high of the pre-market. 173 was the high of the pre-market. Don't see any specific news on it. Had a action after hours on Thursday. All right, so this is going to be obviously more than a 5-minute halt. ISIG. The halt was 4 seconds after 9:41, so it is now 9:49. So it may be at least a 10-minute halt. At least a 10-minute halt, which will take it to 9:51 plus 4 seconds. That's the ISIG. What I'm seeing is stacking up at 649, 649. That's not 100%. That's where it's going to open, of course, but that's where the bid ask is right now. Was that a reverse split? Really? ISIG? You're right. Reverse split. 1 for 7 reverse split. Good. I'm glad it's reflected here. Otherwise, it'd be up 1,000,000%. But yeah, so we've reflected the reverse split in the percentages. Still moving though. Wonder why this is happening to some of you. No screen. I wonder if it's somebody said maybe a Chrome update or something like that. So RW, if you can hear me, you're going to have to do a refresh or something. A refresh. If right beside the gear icon, there's a refresh. If that doesn't work, you're going to have to log in and out of the room. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what browser you're using. Chrome seems to be the preferred browser. Yeah, okay, so trade of the week, it's up here. Type that up here, right at the top. Okay, trade of the week is UAVS. It is not triggered. Suggested entry is $6.40, so it is not triggered. And it may not trigger this week. So it is $6.40. I mean, you can do what you want, in terms of, you want to take, I'm not saying to take it now. Believe me, I'm not saying to take it now. I'm just saying the trigger is 640. And I'm not talking just to you, Bill. Okay, now this one could get really interesting. This HOFV, again, I don't see any specific news on it, but yeah, man, I mean, if it takes out that high right there, 171, we had the trigger at 166, but look at the potential void fill. I mean, we've got 320. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get here. I'm just saying look left and look at the potential for this HOFV. I only say that, Bill, because some people think that I'm nagging at them specifically, but no. When we talk about the trade of the week, I mean, it's one of those things in which, it is laid out in the email. If you choose not to follow that, I mean, of course, that's up to you. All right, here, okay, another one, guys. Another crypto play, EQOS. Look at this move for EQOS, another crypto play. Absolutely ripping here. 25 million in the float, so it's certainly not a big float. Bit of a tough spread, about 15, 20 cents now. One of these, I mean, BTBT and EQOS, a little more expensive crypto plays, well, compared to the Maras and the Riots, but is today a weed day? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, Cron is it's a high looking left is 9. So it's stalled at around 920 for the last 2 months. For CRON, around $9. WBAI is in my watch list, 969, but again, whippy, up, right back down. Yeah, that is one I wish I had some shorts for. I looked at that one this morning. And yeah, I mean, this is just continuing. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now look at this morning though. I thought, man, and then I kind of read some news on it. You know, technology may be good, but technical hurdles to overcome. I mean, look at this. I mean, this. Remember, this is only about. Well, this is back on December 22nd. This stock hit $133, and it basically stayed there. I mean, it closed at the high, $133. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days ago. Wow. Yeah, BTBT is just on a mission. This could be what EQOS does. Very kind of similar. You know, the kind of coming from the same areas. We'll call them recent entrants into the crypto market, crypto sector. We have no AI alerts yet. All right, this ISIG halted, resumed. So it's been halted twice. Interesting action today for a reverse split. A lot of times what happens is a company will do a reverse split, does nothing on the day of, and maybe within a week they try to put some kind of a PR out to get people interested again. There's the EQOS, just talked about that, EQOS. BTBT and EQOS, very similar in terms of price action. What is this, up 16%? I bet you the BTBT is up more though. Yeah, 42%. Now, did Mara bounce? Not really. So interesting, NCTY was halted on the way down, and now it's on the way up. So pretty erratic, got all the way down to 521, gets right back up to 687. Low float. Why does that happen? Low float. I'm going to stick an alert at 706, see if it takes that out. Oh, LC, boy, this was... Look at the day it had on Thursday. LC got all the way up to 1151. Closed here. Not terrible, but on the way down now. LC. V-Ray, now this could be really interesting over 5. What's the high look? Well, actually, the high looking left, though, unfortunately, is over in 519. excuse me, 519. So even if it takes out 5, may struggle right there at 519. Having a great day. Preliminary Q4 results were released. Boy, I mean, it's been whippy, and it will remain whippy with that float. NCTY, I'm sorry, yeah, NCTY. Again, if you're new, I mean, be very, very careful. There's only 1.7 million in the float. Yeah, William, you may be interested in the V-Ray in terms of a short, especially if it takes out 474 right down here. Okay, just a minute. Just give me a moment here, please, guys. All right, ISIG now, yeah, starting to drop. No shorts for me. Typically, that's what would happen. Stock does a reverse split. Very, I think, pretty rare that you're going to find shorts available the day of a reverse split. Look at EYPT. This is, wow, look at this one. Through the 200-day moving average, 665 in a big way now. EYPT. What do they do? So it's a bio. All right, my bingo, not that I'm not in it anymore, but it kind of trying to hold 5. I'm going to stick an alert up here, 5:30. And might get back into it. Okay, GHIV, one of those SPACs. Let's see if 1270. No. Well, that jumped on me. BNGO. It just absolutely jumped on me. No chance for me to get back in it where I want it. No, SPY is not helping. So you're going to go long things, which are, what we call alpha plays, which are stocks that are basically trading on their own, not caring what the rest of the market's doing, not really caring what its sector is doing. Otherwise, and bounce plays, highly suspect now, okay? With the market, you might like to see the market on your side a little bit, or at least neutral. You certainly don't want to see this action if you're going to play some bounces. However, tops, the topping one should give you a better reward right now, as long as the market continues doing this. So I may take a little short on this one if it gets down to 467. I'm talking about the V-Ray. It may not do it, but I've put a price alert right down here. Okay, so definition of Whippy. Take a look at NCTY, guys. So I know I keep harping on this, but look at this. I mean, this got up to, at one point, this was up to almost $7. This has dropped in an instant. These are 2-minute candles. I mean, look at this. $7 right back down to $5.90. So ooh, SNSS. What's the high here? 207. This could be interesting. This could be really interesting. Keep an eye on SNSS. It's taken out that high. The next high looking left on the weekly, lots of resistance around 3. But, it's at 220 right now. So, maybe let's get a little bit of a base. 17 million in the float. So it's certainly a low float. Don't know if there's any headline. I don't see any specific reason for this one. But just, I mean, this is a nice potential fill up to 3. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, so some of these, just sort of seeing, this happened last week too. A lot of my ones in my watch list, I mean, unfortunately, I do put the delay on it. 15 minutes. Problem is sometimes they just keep moving higher and higher and higher. So by the time we get the alert, they're awfully extended. Now I could drop this back to say 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I might do that tomorrow just to see. And what I'm talking about is the delay. But again, we run the risk of things just whipping up and whipping right back down. Okay, so now all indices are down. Dow's down, SPY's down, and NAS is down. You too, the dreamer. Glad to change the calendar. Man, oh man, this is it's interesting because I do not see any news on it other than the reverse split, but they haven't announced news at the same time. So typically that's what a company may do, but not usually the day of the reverse split. So this is not, I mean, that float was already very low. So this is a 1-for-7 reverse split. So that float's going to be about 1 million shares. Just divide that, 7.5, divide that by 7. So this is going to be about 1 million shares in that float. So Yeah, I agree. I mean, these, like the EQOS and the BTBT, I mean, well, obviously we're chasing it now. I mean, from where they've come only a few days ago, maybe a week ago. I find them very difficult to intraday trade. You know, if I wanted to trade this one, I'd love to see a pullback way down here. Not necessarily today. I'm talking about the EQOS, maybe back to about 1460. All right, so this one, Root, has been beaten up over the last few days, and now it's trying to launch a bit of a comeback. It did have 3 great days, really, and then that day it sold off and has continued the sell-off, having a nice comeback though. ROOT. All right, V-Ray is still strong. You know, I'm kind of looking at this as a potential short if it takes out this 460, but it is still strong, V-Ray. All right, now Cala, again, bad news for this company. Negative data. Probably it was phase 3. Huge drop. No inkling this was going to happen. Look at that Friday or Thursday action. $5. News comes out, goes all the way down to $2. Tremendous, percentage move off the bottom. However, this is shortable for me too, but I'm going to take a look at this. I mean, this Cala, any weakness, I may short this one. You know, put a $3 stop on it. $3 price stop on it, not a $3 stop on it. Well, just let you know, 277 might get me into that short. Okay, sorry. Okay, so after the little euphoric pre-market for the SPY, look at this. We've had 45 minutes now, straight down. Boy, this ISIG. Yeah, I saw INO in the pre-market. Let's see, is it holding? Kind of, but I mean, look how 977 all the way down to 881, so it drops $1 like that. I know it looks like it's coming back. I find this one a really difficult one to certainly intraday trade. It's a virus play and all, but I just never see it holding its gains. But if you're in it, good luck. All right, guys, I took this SNSS. Let's see if it holds this area. Minute 224, SNSS. Just looking at this big void over here, see if it can, what's the high there? Make sure, yeah, 207, so it's above that high. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's 215. This area is going to get me out of that. So pretty tight stop. All right, see what happens here. Interesting break on the daily. William would say it's way above the 5-minute Bollinger Band, which it is. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. When you say how does it work? Well, click on the alerts. I believe it's just these are probably cheaper stocks. Just click on the alerts and see what you're seeing. Look at a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. So when you say how does it work, I mean, it's just a matter of clicking on one of the alerts, checking to see how it looks. I believe these are stocks that are probably lower price stocks that might be coming back. Okay. But you'll be able to make sure you take a look at it on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart. I'm pretty sure you'll see them looking like they're trying to come back. Now, how it works, I mean, it's up to you, if you're going to take a trade or not. Yeah, I understand. So when you say how does it work, I mean, just click on the alert. I mean, just click on it, and when you you'll see some symbols, obviously. Click on the symbols, and I believe most of them are stocks that are, fairly low price stocks that are trying to come back. That's all. Trade of the week is UAVS. It is not triggered. And it may not trigger. The trigger point is 640. UAVS. VS. Okay, B. UAVS. UAVS. Right here. Not OAVS. UAVS. I've got the symbol is right there. I'm showing it. All right, well, I'm glad to see it. So I await, guys. I was going to take a look at a short of V-Ray right here. Did not waited for the trigger 467. Well, my trigger anyway did not hit. V-Ray is still strong. $6.40 beat, okay? So it is not triggered for the UAVS. Are you not getting the emails? Okay, well, okay, the other thing you can do, and I say this every week, of course, at @bbruin44, if you want to subscribe to my Twitter feed, Monday morning, I put it there also, okay? At @bbruin44. All right, guys, so the SNSS may not be working for me here, so getting close to dumping it. I want to see if it holds this area. Oh, look at this one, STM. What a nice move for STM. Swiss stock. I know that flag, Swiss stock. What room does it have? $42, so it's got some room. Nice break here. I'm out of the SNSS, guys. I'll take a look at it later on. So what I'm going to do with the SNSS is just put another alert up in this area right about here, 226. See if it takes that out again. Just like that void. May have been just a little bit early. Yeah, this Joko, it did trigger my momentum up. What's the high looking left right over there is 1516. So if I can take that out, that is a high of 3 weeks ago, it looks like. Yes. And then 1530 and 1611. So, you know, it's got some room, I suppose, GOCO. Okay, well, I'm glad I got out of it so far anyway, the SNSS. See, this one got, this is just resumed, ISIG resumed again. MJ. Alex, MJ. At least that's the one I look at, MJ, for the cannabis sector. I guess I have to alert. Okay, JAGX. So the next high looking left is $1.30 for JAGX. It's not a super low float, 59 million in the float. Whoa, that just popped right back up. SNSS just popped right back up. Came back down, so I'm still interested in this one. What was the volume? Volume came in also. I'm just, again, the only reason is because of this void action. I mean, look at the weekly chart. And looking left is $3. Lots of resistance up here, but that's far enough away. Let's see if it can resume again. I mean, I took a small loss on it, 6-cent loss. My initial entry, but let me just see if it takes that out again. All right, I think, wow, the market is, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So first hour, straight down. First hour, the market is straight down. All right, guys, I think I'll make the welcome now. Usually I do it at 10:30, a little bit earlier. So first of all, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to 2021. If you are new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. We have finally a full week, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. The promo code is still alive, and I'm pretty sure tonight will be it, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? I'm going to put the promo code in. And let me just get the other information. Okay, so there is the promo code. So it is still alive. Old Lang Syne, 25%. Don't forget the percent. Do not forget the percent. Welcome, Shashi. So if you click on my homepage link, and obviously disregard that code, click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to make sure it is still alive. It was this morning, so we have 4 plans. I'm just going to take a look at the premium annual, show you what you can do. So if you click on purchase, and then we'll type that code in. And please do not forget the percent sign. Yeah, still alive. Okay, guys, so there it is. So you can still get 25% off either the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription or the first month. And please listen very closely. The first month only, okay? That discount's only good for the first month if you're just going to go month to month. Good news, though, is if you do want to try us out, say for the first month on a standard, get that 25% off. I think that reduces it to $88 for the month. If you like us and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? So again, that promo code, I'm almost 100% sure it is going to disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So know your time zone. So more information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is UAVS. UAVS. It is not triggered. The trigger is 640. It may not trigger this month or this week. Just taking a look at it. So it's at 551. The trigger is 640. So it is well below the trigger price. It just may not trigger this month or this week. I do a recap, kind of what's happened in the trading room. My scans, I'm sharing all my scans right here. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Click here and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. More than just what you're seeing on my shared monitor. A lot of education links right here. Click here and you will see the 20 lessons in 20 days. Again, you can go at your own pace. It certainly wouldn't take you 20 days, but I like to put that one in on its own. That link in on its own. I think it's a really good link for those of you who are new to Trade Ideas. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, still a good link to take a look at. Covers all of the basic, take a look at it, takes all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, creating one, etc. So all of the basic features, Trade Ideas, are covered if you click on that link. More support. So there's a YouTube, we have a Trade Ideas YouTube feed that I monitor also. And I do that between 9 and 12, and then between 12 and 1, another one of the traders takes over. I think today is Sean. Those of you who like to trade options, you might want to head over there at 12 o'clock, Eastern Time, of course. I'll post the link in before I go on my break. Usually go on my break at about 11:55, so I'll post the link in. And let's see, daily webinars. I think we're back to a normal routine this week. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All archived. You can sign up for them all right there. And more educational videos. And some ebooks that we have. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage or from my homepage. All right, we've had no AI alerts today so far. I do want to talk a little bit about what the AI is all about. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine on those 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened Thursday afternoon once the market closed last week. And out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Why did they make the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, etc. But you'll notice that just because a strategy makes a cut doesn't necessarily mean you get any alerts from it. And that's what's happened so far. There are a lot of filters in place on all these strategies. There's a trigger, and if there are no stocks that meet those requirements, we're not going to get an alert. Meanwhile, V-Ray. Now I'm going to go over this, but I do want to talk a little bit about, just in general, what Trade Ideas is all about. So you'll notice here I've got this window. It's what I call an event that I've created. You see V-Ray is triggering over and over and over. So you can have this window. This is one of the one I'm sharing, but of course you can make changes if you don't like the price range that I'm looking at or the minimum volume, things like that. I mean, this is what I call a template. This is what I like to see, but of course if you have a different idea, of course all you have to do is go and make your changes and then save them. All right? But this is what I call, this is the kind of the event. So I like to look at stocks between there are no AI trades yet. I like to look at stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4, trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. So this is what I've created, and then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I will get a real-time alert. All right, so that's why I'm seeing these stocks. So that's the event that I have created. And I'm sharing, a lot of my scans. You can, of course, create your own event. If we right-click on an alert window, we have many, many, many alerts. I'm not going to go over all of them, but many, many, many alerts. Many filters. Okay, so the whole idea is you usually start off with filters, maybe a price range you want, a minimum volume, kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable level, and then you create a trigger. It doesn't have to be a new high of the day. It could be a new 5-minute high. It could be a new 30-minute high. It could be any one of these alerts that we have. So that's the event. What we did was, instead of kind of forcing you to learn a programming language, which many, many people will never do, what we did was we said, okay, we'll create more of an a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose your alerts, your alert that you want to use, the filters that you want to use, and create the event without having to know any sort of a programming language. Okay? So that is in essence what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, the AI, this is what I would do to watch the AI. There are no AI alerts yet today. But from the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll show up. Say there are no alerts yet. Just wait for them to happen. I don't know if maybe today there will be none. I have no idea. That would be very, very rare. But what will happen if we do get an alert, you'll see the entry time, the price, you'll have a stop. And it's up to you to manage the trades as you see fit. Yes, Pete, I'm not sure how I can help you. I mean, if you did select, what is your computer clock? Did you save your work? I mean, I'm not sure how I can help you. You're right. All you have to do is go Tools, Options, and then Time Zones, Time Options. If you select Eastern Time, if it's not showing as Eastern Time, now are you sure that your computer clock is not maybe overriding that? It's the only thing I can think of. Well, look at this market. This market is just, this is straight down once it opened. So again, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, before I talk about the Brokerage Plus window, we link with many brokerage platforms, okay? We have what we call an external linking tool. If you click on Tools, External Linking, and this is only available in the app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. And linking, meaning that when you establish the link with your brokerage platform, it's just a time saver, okay? That is a time saver, meaning that if you click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it'll show up in your order entry in your brokerage platform, and then you can trade it from within your platform. So that's all linking is. Okay, it is a time saver. You don't have to link if you don't want to, but it just saves you the effort of having to type the symbol in to your order entry. I believe so, Alan. Yes. Just be careful though, knowing the account, because you can link with I'm linked right now with where am I linked with? I'm linked with my IB account. I'm also linked with TradingView. But you can have multiple links, yes. But just be careful. You know which one you're trading from. So that's what linking is all about, okay, in the general sense. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, though, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, we do happen to have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers that, and I'm going to pop this video in. Okay, maybe that, good. I'm glad it worked. Regarding your time zone. Whoops, put it in the same. Okay, so if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that we call Brokers Plus. Again, this is only available if you're using our app. It's not available in the web-based version. So from the toolbar, you would click on Live, and you can trade your Interactive Brokers account with this window. Okay, so why would you want to do that? Well, first of all, watch that video. The video is about, I think it's about 25 minutes long, goes into all the ins and outs, including how you can create your one-click trading. Notice here, I have set up ahead of time ways in which I can either buy, go long, or short a stock. And if you watch that video, it's going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So again, you click on an alert, maybe you like what you see, you go back, right-click, hover, and boom, you can just pick how you want to trade it. One-click trading. Not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. Okay? Surfing is just, if you start surfing, it's going to go through the top 3 as you have them sorted in your top list windows, and it's going to load the charts. Once it finishes the top 3 as you have them sorted in a top list window, it'll go to the next one, and it'll keep doing it over and over and over again until you sell it to stop. This is just a toggle on and off. Or if you click on a symbol, that'll stop it. Or if you go to a chart, it'll pause it. So you can look at the chart a lot longer. So it's just kind of a way in which you can kind of kick back and let the system load charts for you automatically. And again, it'll take a look at the top 3 in your top list windows as you have them sorted. So this is the Brokerage Plus window, and again, if you want to trade using your Interactive Brokers account, you can trade using this window right here instead of from within IB, okay? And watch that video. Now, the other big reason to use this is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. You click on the sim, the box will pop up, and now you can actually, you can't click, Robinhood, no. Fidelity, yes. Now you can use this as a simulator, okay, paper trader. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. Really simple to use. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price. If you're shorting it, you sell. If you're going long, you buy, okay? So let's just take a trade to show you how you can do this. ASLE, okay, before I don't know this one at all. So was this an IPO here? Or is this one of those, it looks almost like a SPAC. Yeah, so I have no, looks like this was a SPAC maybe? Yeah, I don't know this one at all. Very low float, not very much volume, so I really don't, have no feel for this one whatsoever. So again, yes, you can connect Fidelity to Trade Ideas, yes. Okay, not in this way. The only one you can use Brokerage Plus with, if you want to trade your actual account, is Interactive Brokers, okay? So let's take a trade just to show you how you can take a trade using our simulator. Okay, let's try to find one that might make a little bit of sense. So you can do a few things also. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You can do things like set up conditional buys. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to take QTT if it broke above 2 again. All right, so we can set up a conditional buy order. So let's just do that. So let's say for the QTT, I will take 300 shares if it breaks above 2 again. Let's put 203. a couple of times. Click on buy. And you will see the blue line shows up. You see that blue line on the daily chart? You can see it on some of the other time frames on the 15-minute. So if QTT gets up to 203, it'll take the trade. So that's it. That's what we call a conditional buy order. You can also do the same thing. And say you wanted to take EBON on a big pullback. So you can also do the same sort of thing on a pullback. Those of you who like to play pullbacks. Let's say you wanted to take OPGN down here for pullback down to 220. Okay? So you do the same thing. Just kind of the reverse. You're going to buy it at 220 if it goes down there. Just waiting for the line to show up. Here we go. So if OPGN goes down to 220, it'll take the trade. So that'll be on a pullback. So you can see how you can set up conditional buys. You know, because I set up the conditional buy on a pullback for OPGN. And it may not happen. I'm just showing you how you can do it. And the other one was the QTT. If it took out 2. Okay, so a couple of conditional buy orders. Yeah, Alan, I don't know. You're talking about one trade going to 2 accounts at the same time? My guess is no, but if you really, you might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com because I'm not sure. Okay? I'm not sure. You can ask that question. Wow, look at the SPY. Yeah, this is really taking a header here. I haven't seen a day like this. I mean, this is straight down. The first, over an hour now, hour and 15 minutes. So if you want to cancel an order, just go to orders. Okay, go to orders and then right click and see, and then cancel order. Okay. Meanwhile, EQS rippage, severe rippage. Look at this EQOS. And OPGN, well, surprised me a little bit. This is a virus play out of India. It did pull back to $2, now popping. Okay, let me take this trade. Okay, I just want to show you how you take a trade. I'm going to take the trade. I want to show you how you put a stop in, all that. I'm going to take this check trade. I'm going to go in 300 shares at the market. The spread is only a penny. There, you see how I took the trade, okay? Just want to show you how you can do it. Now, when you get into a trade, you should always have a stop before you get into a trade, okay? Now, again, I wouldn't have done this because, you know, realistically, you'd want to put a stop way down there, but I just want to show you how you can do it. So let's just say I want to put a stop, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, 108. So now I can add the stop order. All right. So there it is. So if it got down to 108 and I just allowed it to happen and it didn't get out earlier, it would take me out for a $43 loss. Now, you should always have a stop, okay? You know, not every trade is going to work. And you should really, in my opinion, risk the same amount per trade, dollar-wise. And that amount will be determined by size of your account. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, let's just say for argument's sake, I had placed that stop at $1.02. I want to do that so I can show you a little bit easy math-wise. So if my entry was 122 and my stop was 20 cents away at 102, and I was willing to risk $100 per trade, you could have taken 500 shares of that stock. 500 shares times 20 cent stop is $100. Okay, that's how that works. So again, before you get into a trade, you know, you have to know where your stop's going to be, and that will help you to share size. You know, basically you just take the difference between your entry and your stop. So in this, you know, I just wanted to make the math easy. So 20 cents, divide that into $100, and that gives you 500 shares. Okay? Now, these are hotkeys. If I want to get out of this trade right now, wow, good trade. 137. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten it. Okay? That is a hotkey that gets me out of the trade. I could get out of half my trade. I could double my trade. Okay? These are just hotkeys. I could have gone in here and I could have traded out however many shares I wanted, 100 shares, whatever that was, and I could have picked the price to get out. Very easy to use, okay? I think, anyway. So please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Meanwhile, look at Bingo, not in it anymore, but boy, Bingo. Now the next high looking left for Bingo, I think was 614. I remember 695. Wow, so it still has room. BNGO still has room. 695. I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, I see that. I think there is an issue, yes. It's halted. Shaky, that's why. One of the scans I'm sharing is a halt, so it got halted. Now, did you take it in the simulator? So obviously I got out of it just before it got halted in the simulator. But let's see, halted on the way up, 137, 137. I don't see a big gap forming yet. So just a moment, please. Zip myself. Little vest. Yeah, CHEK. Interesting. I mean, it just got hot and a lot of room, I believe. Yeah, I don't see any news. The only news I see, and that was from, not today though, on the 30th. Yeah, so again, it's a little bit like the bingo, BNGO, granted 180 days extension to regain compliance to maintain their NASDAQ listing. So it's the same kind of news as what happened with bingo, BNGO. But that wasn't today. That was last week. That was on that news. The first time I'm seeing it is on the 30th. Give me a moment here. Well, understand when you look at these higher time frames, all you're really looking for is, okay, where could it stall? Okay, so I mean, you look at the weekly chart, and what is it at right? Oh, well, check obviously open, so it just got halted on the way down. But when you look at the weekly chart, I mean, you can see right there. I mean, it almost got it got right to 133, well, 138. I got to 138. There was the high. But there's another high, 170. So, I mean, that's all you're doing. You're just looking at longer term time frames, looking to see where the highs are. It doesn't mean they're going to get there, okay? I don't know how it got filled. If you followed that, it never hit 203. You had to put 203 in both. You had to put 203, Steve, in both boxes here, price and stop. Okay. Otherwise, because I'm not sure how that could have happened. Your conditional trade. Okay, it might be. You have to put them in both boxes, and then click that buy button. There's no such thing as better, okay, Shanky? The only thing is, you know, if you're in like a low float and a high short float percent, if a stock's in play, meaning for whatever reason there's news or traders have got a hold of it, I mean, obviously it's going to be a lot more volatile. So it's not a matter of better or worse. You just have to be very, very careful. You know, if it's a low float, you cannot leave your computer. You know, take a trade and leave your computer for even a minute. Yeah, that's a massive red bar here. That's a big, big, big red bar here on the SPY. So, yeah, I'm certainly sitting in my hands going long anything, but you know, gold, probably looking at a sector, gold and silver, couple of and metals and mining. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. Wow, look at bingo. Oh my goodness, I wish I still had it. Ah, wow. Well, this is on a mission now. I mean, what did I say the next high looking left was? 695 right here. Again, the only news I really see in it, I mean, they did have a little bit of news this morning, but last week's big run was, saying they had a 180 a day extension to regain their, to maintain their NASDAQ listing. Virtually the same news as Czech. Yeah, no, I did see. I know there was a little bit of news for BNGO this morning. Published a study on the autism risk. Yeah, I did see that. So last week, though, I don't think well, I may be wrong. I didn't see any news other than getting that 180-day extension. So, Steve, I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, when I did that conditional buy order for QTT, let me do another one, okay? Just show you what I did, because I don't think you could have done the same thing. Let's just say I wanted to put a conditional buy order for gilt at 724, right up here. So I have to put it in both. It will not trigger. So I click buy. So it's not going to trigger unless it hits 724. So I'm not sure what you see how I did it. I put it in both boxes. It will not trigger unless it, hits 724. So I'm not sure what you did with the QTT. Just try it again, okay? Just you're looking to do a conditional buy order above the price or below the price. Just make sure you put it in both, in the price and the stop price boxes, and then click the buy. I don't know, Steve. I don't know. It's the vagaries. This is the way I've always done it. It works. So that's just the way I've always done it. Okay. I mean, I didn't really question it so much. Just put it in both boxes and it'll work. Okay, so you cannot place the stop order right now. Okay, you have to wait for the stock to take the trade, and then you place your stop order. You should know what your stop. So, for instance, if I were really taking this gilt at 724, I would know where my stop is. I would be saying to myself, okay, if I get a fill at 724, my stop is going to be whatever. Okay. And that would dictate how many shares I would take. You cannot place a stop order now. Now, if you watch that video, you can do it all kind of automatically by creating these one-click trading, which will place a stop. It'll get you into the trade. You can put a target, the whole bit. But for that, you have to watch this video. Okay? Boy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boy, this is brutal. We haven't seen a day like this well, a long time. Just straight down, not one green candle. Now, I'd be very, very, very wary of playing any sort of a bounce play yet. Not until this market stops doing what it's doing right now. Boy, do I ever feel foolish about not being in BNGO anymore. My last exit was 490. This is an erratic one. Look at this ANTE, erratic. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. I'm going to have to, if you have her text to voice, she's just tormenting me by saying BNGO. Yeah, the NOVN, I mean, is it over $1 yet? Yeah, so I mean, maybe if it breaks $1. A couple of days ago, it did get to $1.16. I don't really pay too attention to stocks under $1. I mean, if it somehow takes out $1.16, which was the high of last week, yeah, I could get it going, but then you have to worry about this 134 up here. Yeah, you're right. BNGO was under $1. I mean, 2 weeks ago, this was a 50 cent stock. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Just waiting to see. A bit of a bottoming tail now on the SPY. Bit of one, but certainly not conclusive. Little bit of a rally on the 2-minute, but I'd like to see, until we get a green 15-minute candle, this market's in. If you're trying to go long, I definitely would not be going long right now unless you're in something like a bingo, which is really, you want a definition of an alpha stock? This is an alpha stock. Look what it is doing on the 15-minute, and look what the SPY is doing. It doesn't care what the market's doing. That's your definition of an alpha stock. Stock du jour definitely is a bingo, yes. The reason I don't is I'm so ticked off at myself for not still being in it. But all right, guys, let's see. I'm not getting any new alerts coming in. All right, so for me, the SNSS, which I took a little loss on earlier, definitely, though, is something I'm going to watch going forward. Maybe this week. And listen, it may not do anything, but you have to, that void is unbelievable. Well, not unbelievable. It's only $3, but up to $3, but that would be a great percentage move. It got anywhere close. So that is why I'm going to keep an eye on SNSS. In fact, I better put my do my alert, my price alert. So if it happens tomorrow, it might have a better move. Did I see TLSS? Nope. So, let's see what it is doing. Yeah, so I'll never look at this. I'm sorry. Okay. More power to you if you... But I don't look at anything that's pink sheet stock, and certainly nothing that's 4 cents. I know it's got a lot of volume, but good luck if you're in that one. This is really... in this room, we really don't pay that much attention to pink sheet stocks, nor stocks that are like 3 cents. This is not shortable for me. ACY. Wow. Remember? Yeah, I remember now. That last month. That's right. Hurt a lot of people, unfortunately, this ACY with that low, low float. All right, guys. Well, take a look at the V-Ray. It's stalled right in this area here, which is, you look left, 519, so kind of stalled right there, probably a little bit below it, 512, 519. That's why we always look left. Doesn't mean it's going to stall, but boy, many, many, many times that's what is going to happen. Now, the only thing is that in the pre-market, it did hit 550. So I'm going to stick an alert here for V-Ray at 519 and see if it takes it out later on. Yeah, no question, is on the move. Is it going to take out that high of 2 days ago? If it does, it might have a shot to get to that 134 mark. It's not a low float though. It's amazing. I mean, 131 million in the float, up 40%. But you know, remember this day. All right, now, you know, keep an eye on check. Again, the only reason is because it has basically the same news as Bingo had last week. I know Bingo, BNGO, I know it had more, call it, I don't want to call it legitimate news, but instead of just the extension of their 180-day extension to regain their NASDAQ compliance, this is exactly the same news for check today that was making Bingo move last week. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen. It's just kind of interesting though. I mean, look at the pop. I mean, that's a big pullback percentage-wise. $1.38 back down to $1, back right up to $1.28. So this is a, you know, big moves percentage-wise. Are you talking to me? Taps, CHEK. And I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing as Bingo, but it's the same news essentially. Well, the reversal has already kind of happened. I mean, it's already put on $2 from the bottom, so you'd be chasing it now. It's impressive though, because it's not like the market has really helped it. But you know, you're already, you know, that if you could have found it down here. Look at the BTBT. It's a big pullback, $33.27. And I think EQOS did something similar. Yeah, very similar. Not the prices, but 1977 down to 1794 or 18. Bullish bear, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these, my bouncers, toppers shared. But again, with the market doing what it's doing, I just don't think bounces. And I'm not saying there's not one that is bouncing, but I'd be really reluctant. What I'd rather see is something that is topped. What's the news on Bitcoin? I don't know. Let's see. What is Bitcoin doing? I don't know if there's any news on it. It's just, obviously, it's had an incredible run. If you're wondering why this is happening, I mean, profit taking. I mean, it tacked on what, 50%? Excuse me, 50% in a couple of weeks from what, 25 to 36 or so? I mean, all right, so here's another one, little one, 140 LCTX. Let's see, last month it got up to 202. If it could take that out. Yeah, so I guess this was probably a symbol name change back here, LCTX, back in, looks like August of 2019, so over a year ago, symbol name change. I'll stick an alert up here to 202, see if it takes that out at some point. Yeah, it's late. There's something went wrong, Mike, obviously, with the AI. I've already notified. Oh, this one. I remember this one a long time ago. I think, ANAB. This is starting to move a bit. 26 million in the float, $23 stock. That's pretty low. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. It is, it is trying. This is the first day, of course. And there's the area that it could. 29.30 or so. Not saying it's going to get there, but it's certainly having a good day. Don't know if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. What do I think of Fubo? Not much. It's trying maybe to hold this area down here. As you know, it's been beaten up by these short sellers, so there's no bounce in it yet. This is just straight down, and man, oh man, more than cut in half from just about 7-8 days ago. This is the area that in theory is some support, but who's buying it? Who wants to buy this right now? What's the low last month was 25.55. So, it's below the last month's low. So, I don't know. Doesn't look good at all for Fubo. Uber. Man, I haven't seen Uber in a long, long time. How's Lyft doing? Probably the same. Well, Lyft is actually having a bit of a bounce. Yeah, so this check, I'll watch it tomorrow to see. I don't want to see this. It was a 40-cent stock on Friday or on Thursday. Yeah, man, look at this. Look at NCTY. Look at the volume that just came into NCTY. Look at it. Almost the float on that 2-minute candle. 1.74 in the float. Traded the float multiple times, and it just got halted, of course. Not of course, but it just got halted. Maybe. It would have to. I would want it to come a lot further down, though. Right down here. There's a lot of support. Looks like there's a lot of support. In fact, why don't I, just for fun, put that in as a conditional buy order. Down here around 535. See if it gets it down there. All right, so just put that in. Let's see what happens if it gets down to that level. So you see how that showed up right on the chart, on the daily chart. So if it gets down to 535, it'll take the trade. All right, guys. So let's see how this works. There's the QTT. There it is. No, the LCTX. But I'm just waiting on that QTT. Getting very close to taking that trade. SLCA, I noticed it had a upgrade this morning. SLCA did have an upgrade this morning. Aha, real. Happy New Year. All right, so that did not trigger. All right, guys. Well, VRAY just took out that high. Not quite. Sorry, not quite. 519 is the high. Looking left. If it takes this out, I mean, it's got a ton of room. VRAY could be easily a continuation play for tomorrow. You know, depending how it closes. There's the high in the pre-market, 558. Preliminary fourth quarter results. Volume coming in. There it goes. So that now it's at that high. Now the next level could be those pre-market highs. And that is for the VRAY. Whether alpha stock doesn't care what the market's doing. Market still has not put in a green bar on the 15-minute chart. But it looks like it's getting pretty extended. VRAY over those channels. And William, I know you know that it's over the 5-minute BB. I know you know that for VRAY. Oh man, NCTY just opened. Three-bar reversal. Actually, I think there is something. Let me just see. All right, so 3-bar. There you go, 3-bar. 2-minute, 5-minute. We have either on the upside or the downside. Okay. You can take a look. I'm going to pop this in. You can see what it's looking for. Okay. That it is. It has turned into a Bitcoin play. Yes. With their press release this morning. They're coming out of the woodwork. Just a trade, Asia, okay? That's all it could be. I'm not saying I haven't shorted VRAY, but it's getting extended, you know, and so it could turn into a a short for a while, that's all. Yeah, that's a big bounce for Bingo, BNGO. Did not come back to that level, not even close. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:40. So at noon, just before noon, I believe it's Sean today. So if you are interested in option trading and things like that, I mean, we don't alert option trading as such. We have option filters, but Sean definitely is an option trader at Trade Ideas. So I just want to make sure it is him. Well, Zach, that's good news. Okay, guys, so what I do want to do, it's 11:42. I do want to put in a link for the YouTube feed in case you want to head over there at noon. I still haven't got a confirmation that it is Sean. I'm pretty sure it should be Sean today. So I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes. 15, 1-5. Oh, okay, Sean, I see you. Okay. But Sean, okay. Ah, I see. We're having problems with Slack. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So if you're already in there, right, Sean? So is it okay? It's say at 11:55 if I stop the stream. Okay. So anyway, guys, yeah, Sean will be in the YouTube feed from 12 to 1, and so if you have any option style questions, he's our options expert at Trade Ideas, so you can always ask him questions. Not, we don't trade options as such, but we do have option filters. And let me just quickly go over them. So we have the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today is obvious. Put volume and call volume obvious today. Option volume today, there's your key metric. The option volume today percent. So if you use that filter, and let's just say you put 200 in there, 200%. So if a stock over the last, say, 10 days has traded an average of 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, it'll have to trade at least 4,000, in other words, double. So it can help you zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity. Whether that helps you trade the option itself, I mean, I can't tell you that, but you can ask Sean. And say he'll be in the YouTube feed. He is in the YouTube feed right now, but he's not taking questions yet. Yeah. So there is an option, but again, it's not trading options, Sanchez, but there is an options channel. Yeah, new channel. Just have to find it. And it is, where are you? Well, I know there is one. Unusual options. Okay, it's called unusual options. Okay. It's the same thing I was just really going over. Stocks having abnormal option activity. All right, NCTY again. If you guys just be awfully careful, okay? Only 1.7 million in the float, and they've turned themselves into a crypto play today. Why not? Yeah. Okay. So Dane, one of these scans that I'm sharing, if you click on, actually, let's do it this way. If you click on subscriptions, okay, and then click on my homepage link. So from this toolbar here, click on subscriptions and then my homepage. And then one of the scans I'm sharing right here, click here. So momentum up. That looks on stocks that are moving with an increase in volume, okay? Big volume increases. Momentum up and momentum down if you're looking for the short side. So these two right there, but if you're just looking for on the long side, you can try the momentum up, okay? I mean, guys, I can't emphasize this more. I mean, look at the NCTY, got up to 813, and in a heartbeat, it dropped down to 7. Okay? So, You know, they're fun to trade, but just be awfully, awfully careful. Now, it looks like it's, you know, this could be the support for it. Okay, Dane, so did you get that? Understand what I was talking about? The other thing, if you're a new user to Trade Ideas, I would also take a look at this link right here, 20 short lessons. Okay, 20 short lessons. You click on that link and it goes over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, tracking your favorite stocks, what is a top list, building one, alert windows, etc. So I would absolutely take a look at this. It won't take you 20 days. Well, at least it shouldn't take you 20 days. And now we're about 10 minutes away from noon for this, 10 minutes away for that candle to close. Now the only, if you want looking for a glimmer of hope, is that the bar is narrow. Okay, the candle, it's narrowing. So maybe, just maybe, we're at the end, for a while anyway, of the downward trend in the market. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost 2.5 hours straight down on a 15 without one green candle. Haven't seen a day like this for a while. Certainly not to start the day anyway. Happy New Year. How's work doing? Our Slack is not working today. It's still hanging in. It's a buyout here, so that's why it's not doing anything. Are you kidding me? Look at check, guys. I mean, this is not easy. I mean, look at the, it's been pretty choppy on the 2, even kind of choppy on the 15. I mean, I'm just so intrigued by this news that is so similar to the bingo news of last week. Okay, this did have actually this worked pretty well. I mean, I noticed this had an upgrade this morning, SLCA, and this is really traded on its own, SLCA. Look at the nice move. Let's see if, see who actually gave that upgrade this morning for SLCA, sorry. Interesting. Nobody really that big. I mean, I don't really know Evercore that much or that well, but they're the ones who gave the upgrade to SLCA this morning. Thought maybe it was a Goldman or something like that, but man, oh man, that's a great move. I mean, that is a great move in the face of what's happened in the market. All right, so this is, I don't know if this is one of those ones that could be delisted. CD, how is Chew doing? Not really that much. I mean, excuse me, CHL, CHU, and CHA are all in danger of being delisted, telecom stocks. And I think next week, I think that's when, I think if I can recall, I think that's what it said. But they're not really like tanking. I'm afraid to look. I am afraid to look at Czech. Yep. Telling you guys. They are big, Evercore? Okay. Yeah, SPY is not looking like it wants to have any bounce at all. Again, and in fact, that bar that I said was maybe narrow, it's starting to elongate. And what did it do? I mean, the bottom of that one, an hour ago, so it's taken that out. Oh, CHEK. Depends how this closes today. I might take this one after hours even. It depends how it closes. I've been doing some after hour trading and holding overnight. All right, Sean, it is now 11:55, so I think I'll stop my fade if you don't mind. Insert my break now. I just want to put I haven't stopped yet. I just want to put my announcement in. Oh, having a mic issue? Okay. Okay, Sean, I will. Okay. Sean's having a problem with his YouTube feed. MS. Oh, okay. This is halted on the way down. MSC. V-Ray on the way down, guys. I will freely admit that I took a little scalp on this. I would have held this a little longer, but I'm going my break. Not if you have an SSD, Sean. You're obviously on an ancient PC. Talking to Sean in the YouTube feed. Meanwhile, CD just continues to crater here. Chindata. Okay, what is check doing? Yeah, I want to see how this closes today. Okay, so Saif, I mean the trigger is 640. Okay, now that's what the email says. So, you know, you want to wait for 640. I mean, that's what the email says. You know, you want to take it earlier. I mean, that's completely up to you, but that's what the email says. So I had a question about the trade of the week. All I can do is say that the trigger is $6.40. You know, based on today's action, and you know, depending what the market is going to do, it may not even trigger this week. Okay, Sean, I'm waiting. Okay, I better adjust this. I'm just waiting for Sean to get into that YouTube room so I can get out of here for half an hour or so. Okay, that's okay, Sean. Okay, so I'm going to stop my feed now. So I guess you're going to have to let me know then in the YouTube feed. Just let me know. Okay, Barry, you can start to stream now. You know, and I'll wait. You know, I obviously wait to disengage, and then I'll tell you when I'm starting, when I'm actually streaming. Okay, great.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that unnecessary hang up. Barry, I apologize if you're still listening. Everything seemed like everything was ready to go, and turned on the stream, and all of a sudden it wasn't recognizing my microphone. I don't know what the problem was. I shut down the OBS thing a few times and opened it up, and that didn't work. So decided to, the only thing that would work would be a full restart of my computer, and that seems to have done the trick. So I apologize for the delay, mostly to you, Barry. I know you wanted to sneak out early. I apologize. Anyway, here we are. Welcome to 2021. We're off to a bang-up start. The tech isn't working. Slack is down. S&P 500 is selling off to start the new year. I mean, what a great start. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fired up about 2021. I think all this crazy shit's just going to keep on coming. And as traders, we love it. We'd like nothing better than for volatility to be the norm all year. If you're an active trader, that's what you want. That's where you make your money. All right, so anyway, for those of you who don't know, I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. I will be your host of the Q&A today for the next hour. And the purpose of this session is it's an open forum. I don't have any planned material to discuss really, other than going through any of my open positions. But this is it's for you. It's an opportunity for you to ask questions about the software. We're not really talking about specific stocks or anything like that right now. That's what you guys do with Barry in the trading room. This is really for people who have any questions about the software, how to use a certain feature, need a tweak on a top list or an alert window, or want to talk about the Holly AI, whatever. Whether you're a beginner or experienced and you've been here a long time, doesn't matter. If you've got a question, I promise you, there's 90 other people on this stream watching live right now. There's somebody else out there who probably has a similar question to you. All right? So we will all benefit if you ask questions. And as Barry said a little while ago, I do primarily trade options. So I do have an options perspective about things. Not that I haven't traded stocks. I've traded lots of stocks in my career. I've been trading since 1998. And Trade Ideas can be a great tool for those of you who are using options to make directional bets. You actually would use Trade Ideas just like a stock trader would use it. You would use it to surface actionable ideas and stocks that you want to take an options position in. Okay, certainly not going to be useful to somebody who's looking to put on volatility spreads or calendar spreads or anything that involves strike specific data. Expiration specific data. We don't have any of that. The only options specific data that we have is around total options volumes, which may or may not be useful to what you do as an options trader. But options traders who are making directional bets, they want to get into stocks that are making moves, that are breaking out of ranges, that kind of thing. And trade Ideas will be absolutely wonderful for you. All right, so Safe and Andrea, we're not talking about stocks here specifically, unless we get really bored and nobody has any questions. Boy, a dollar stock. I mean, Andrea, I won't even touch it. But that's just me. Okay, I know there's a lot of opportunity here. I know Barry likes to trade stocks like these sometimes, but me, no, I'm hands off any stock under $10 a share. That's just kind of one of my rules. It's kept me in the game a long time. Not that you can't make money trading those smaller stocks. I know a lot of people that do, but you could also get burned very quickly, and that's what I don't like. I don't like to get burned quickly. So I primarily, when I look at stocks, when I think of stocks, I'm primarily a swing trader, okay? And in my Brokerage Plus window that I have up here on my screen, you can see all these open positions that I'm in. These are all swing trades. These are stocks I've held for several weeks, several months. You can see my entry times here. I mean, look at this, November 11th, December 3rd, right? December 14th. I mean, these are stocks, positions I've been in for a little while now. And every one of these positions were first entered into by Holly, the AI. And I use Holly AI to kind of give me an idea of stocks that I might like to swing trade. So for those of you who don't know, Holly AI is built to be a day trader. All right. So the Holly AI channels that you see here in your channel bar along the left-hand side, these are all day trading strategies that will be out of their positions by the end of the day. The Holly AI will not hold any positions overnight. Okay. Now that's by design. This is built in service of day trading. However, and I make this caveat every time, the stocks that Holly gets into, the catalyst that got her into the trade in the first place, whether it was a stock making an all-time high or bouncing off a key support level or an explosion of volume. I mean, there's hundreds of reasons why Holly might get into a trade, hundreds of catalysts she might identify. Whatever that catalyst is, that has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks or several months if we're lucky, right? The catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the programs in service of day trading. So the catalysts, the reasons Holly gets into a trade, they can be wonderful opportunities, at least to consider for putting on swing trades. So you'll notice I got in my channel bar here, I got a custom channel right here called AI Swing. So this is a channel that I go to. I typically go here towards the end of the day, maybe like in the last hour of the trading day. It's not a hard time, but usually in the last hour. And I've got a little window right here that tells me all the trades that Holly's gotten into today, all the long trades, excuse me. I don't care about the short trades. As a swing trader, I'm only looking to take long positions. Again, my preference, you know, if you like to swing trade on the short side, that's great. Continue doing that. But for me, I like to trade on the long side. So I have a window here that'll show me all of the Holly trades she got into today. And so far today, she's only gotten into one trade. And here it is, ERY, and that's a bear ETF, double leverage ETF. So double whammy. So that's not one I would trade. But if we were, if this was, in the 3 o'clock hour Eastern time, you will likely see a number of trades here. And I'll go through each one of these tickers and look at the symbols and look at the charts. I've got across the top here, I got a monthly chart, weekly chart, daily chart, and a 5-minute chart, all in the same stock, just various time frames. And really all I'm looking for is the monthly and the weekly charts. I want to see a trend that goes from the bottom left to the upper right. This one works. And same on the weekly. I don't really care so much about the daily and intraday charts so much. But as far as for entering trades, I'm paying attention to these two longer term charts. And if I see a trend, that's my first criteria. If we're up, if we're in the upper right hand corner of both of these charts, then I'm interested. I also want to make sure the stock has a market cap more than 500,000 shares. Again, that's kind of like my thing where I don't like to trade penny stocks. I don't like to trade small cap stocks. Too volatile, too whippy. So I'll look for a stock that has at least 500,000 shares. I'm sorry, 500,000 in market cap. Actually, not 500,000, 500 million. I get my numbers wrong. 500 million is the minimum I like to look at. Okay. And then I like to see an average daily volume of at least 100,000 shares. And this one certainly qualifies. And that's kind of what I look for. That's my criteria for swing trades. Yeah, so Jaff or Rich, I don't know what you go by there, but yeah, on a typical trading day, Holly across all 3 channels, Holly will do in the neighborhood of 18 to 25 trades. I think would be probably pretty normal on a normal trading day. Now, we could have days that do much less, and today we're certainly off to looking like it might be a lot less. We have other days that it might do a lot more. It just kind of depends on the market conditions. That's really it. I mean, we don't know going in what's going to trade and what's going to trigger. These are all strategies that have their own triggers and their own reasons for getting into trades, and it just waits for the market to hit its parameters, right? But a typical trading day, yes, between 18 to 25 trades, I think. If I had to ballpark it, that would be a typical trading day. Michael, no, these are all stock trades that you see here. And by the way, I should have mentioned this at the top. These are simulated trades. This is not real money. I wish this was real money. I got some nice winners here. But I'm demoing the simulated trading module for all of our customers. So I'm logged into the simulator. You can see right there, Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, which, by the way, if you guys are all thinking about auto trading with your connected interactive brokers accounts, that's great. But I implore you, I strongly recommend that you at least trade on the simulator for a couple weeks. Look, you might be a trader who's been trading for many years like me, and that's fine. That's great. You don't need to learn how to trade, but you do need to learn how auto trading works within Trade Ideas. That might be a new skill set for you. There's little things, little quirks you gotta work through, and we would much rather you work through those quirks in the simulator before you start committing real money to the markets. The simulator will work exactly like live trading. So once you feel comfortable in the simulator, the transition to live trading will be pretty smooth. So Saif, Saif is probably closer to right. I hope I'm right. How did I get this window here to show all the Holly trades? So the way you could do that is in your TI menu bar, if you go to New and you launch Holly, AI Holly strategy trades window. That's what I've done. So I've clicked that. Now I've just launched a new one. And then this one looks different than mine, of course, because I need to customize it. But once I've got this window open, I could go in here and set it to all long strategies only, which is what I have, right? So I'm only looking at the long trades. That's all I care about. And I just leave it to all strategies. I don't, you know, I'm open for all strategies, but only the ones that are long. I'm only looking for long trades. And I've you know, just size it up a little better. I mean, that's how I got my window. Okay, so just go to your TI menu bar, go up to New, and hit Holly Strategy Trades window right there. All right. Okay, good question. How do I determine how many shares to buy? Well, the nice thing, Michael, is that I don't determine it. I let the software determine for me. I let the software do all the hard work. So let's go here in my Brokerage Plus window. If I go to my strategies tab here, you'll notice I've got a couple of strategies here. Swing trade buys, swing trade short. I don't really use the short. In fact, I should probably just delete this because I never use it. No, I'll leave it because I might use it in a random situation. But swing trade buys is the algo I use to enter all my trades. And this strategy allows me to, if I'm in a chart, like if I'm up here, let's like I'm looking at this daily chart, and if I want to buy this, right? All I gotta do is right click in the chart, hit trade ISNG, and then choose the strategy I want to use. In this case, I want to buy using swing trade buys. Now I've got this strategy all set up so that it will size my position the way I want it to be sized based on how much I'm willing to risk. Now, how did I set that up? Let's walk through that. So let's go back to my strategy trades window right here. Swing trade buys, I'm going to highlight that strategy. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to choose edit trading strategy. This brings up the trading strategy window. Now, there's a number of tabs here across the top. The ones I'm most focused on, I mean, you could go through these and customize anything you want if you need to. But for me, all I pay attention to is these two tabs, order details and risk management. So let's actually start on risk management first. So the way I do my swing trades, and this might not be what works for you, but it works for me, is I want my stop losses to be a certain percentage away. So I want percent, and my offset right there is 5. So what that means is any trade that I enter, any trade that I buy long, my stop loss will automatically be 5% away from wherever the stock is currently trading right now. So let's do some simple math. If I'm about to buy a $100 stock, right? My stop loss would be at 95 bucks. That's 5% away from $100. And this is important because first we need to figure out where my stop loss level is. All right. Once I've got that figured out, then I go to the order details tab, and here's where I set my position sizing. Now you have 3 options. You could choose fixed dollars, where you invest the same amount of money in every trade. So if I put this at say 10,000, this means the system will purchase however many shares $10,000 will buy. Okay? Doesn't matter what the number is. Whatever buys $10,000 worth of stock, it'll buy that amount of shares. Pretty simple. The next option is fixed shares. This is pretty easy, right? Maybe you only like to trade in 500 share blocks, or maybe you only like to trade in 200 share blocks or 2,000 share blocks, right? You could set that. I know there's a lot of old school traders that do that. I know when I started back in the SOS Bandit days, and we had to trade in 1,000 share blocks. That's just the way we did it. That's the way you had to do it. It didn't matter if you were trading a $5 stock or a $500 stock. You had to buy 1,000 shares. That's how we did it. I don't recommend that anymore. It's kind of, you don't need to do that anymore. But the thing I do, and what I recommend, is I size my positions based on stop loss. And right here, for risk value, I could set, let's say 200. What this means is, based on where the stop loss level is, the system's going to buy the right amount of shares such that if my stop loss level were to get hit, I will lose approximately $200. I can set that number to whatever I want, right? But I'll tell you that the way I've done it here in this in my simulated trading account is I'm risking $200 per trade. Okay? Now, that can't guarantee that the most you'll lose is 200, right? You might get a bad fill, slippage, it might be an overnight gap. Those are things that we can't protect you from. Nobody can protect you from, okay? But all things being normal, all things being equal, if my stop loss level were to get hit, it'll size my position such that I'll lose approximately $200 a trade. And that's how I've done it. And that's how it works. So I've got that all set up. And now anytime I enter a trade, if I go to my positions tab here, you can see here's all this column here, symbol column, shows all the symbols I'm in. And then you can see this column here, position shares. You can see I have a number of different shares, or I have different share numbers for every one of these stocks, right? So like this stock here, I got 127 shares. This stock here, I've only got 40 shares. The difference is because they're all different priced shares. They're all different risk levels. But the one commonality is every one of these trades I've only risked $200. Okay? And that's important. Because if you're managing a large portfolio of positions, you need some way to kind of keep them all equal in respects. And I like to keep my risk equal. I want to know that any one trade can't hurt me for more than $200. Now, these trades here where I'm sitting on some large open profits, I could give back a sizable amount of those open profits, but I'm willing to, gamble with the house money, right? But I don't want them to take more than $200 of my capital. So I hope that made sense to you, Michael. If you need me to clarify any of that, happy to do it. And while we have a lull in the action and questions, I'm going to do this little exercise. I do this every Monday during these training sessions, is that I go through all my open positions and I adjust my stop losses. So again, these are swing trades. I'm looking to hold these for as long as possible. Actually move to a different layout here. I don't have a target, Michael. I don't have a target. I want to let these things run for as long as they can. I'm never selling at the top. I never know when the top is here, right? I want to give these stocks as much room to run as possible. So what I do every Monday, I probably do this on a couple times a week basis, is I will eyeball all my positions. Like I got a daily chart right here, and I will adjust my stop loss orders. And you can see my stop loss order is shown right here on the chart, which is pretty sweet. And even sweeter is it tells me right there, see where that 1533? That tells me what my P&L would be if my stop loss order gets hit. Now you'll see in my Brokerage Plus window, my AMAT position, I'm currently sitting on $1,700 of open profits, right? But if my stop loss level gets hit, I'll walk away with approximately 1533. That's pretty cool. I love that. I love eyeballing, being able to see what I will make or lose if my stop gets hit. Now this AMAT, where my stop loss level is now, I like that spot, so I'm not going to adjust it. But I'm going to start going through all my open positions and rolling up stops that need to be adjusted. I'm going to leave this one right where it is. I never move my stops down, by the way, but I'll always move them up or stay still. So none of these so far I want to move. Okay, this one I'll scooch up just a little bit. We got some support here that hasn't been broken in a few days. And watch as I drag my stop loss level up. You'll see my P&L. See, my P&L can change. Right? How much I'll win or lose. If I get executed here, I'll walk away with 855, but I don't want to do that. I want to put my new stop loss level right up there. So I just drag and then I drop where I want it, and now it's working. And how can I confirm that? Closing order at 31.33. If I go to my orders tab here, Brokerage Plus, you'll see, what ticker is that? It's LPRO. You'll see right there, there's my price, 31.33, stop order, submitted. So this is a working order, okay? So it's pretty sweet that I could just go through these charts and just eyeball it. And guys, I've been trading for 23 years, and I'm not saying the way I manage my stop losses is the optimal way. There's smarter people than me that'll tell you a better way to come up with optimal stop losses. But for me, I just like to eyeball it. And like this one here, I'm gonna move my stop order up. I think that there's some support right there, based on the low of last week. So that's my new stop loss level, okay? Is that optimal? I don't know. I don't care. Just want to lock in profits. And yeah, I could be pretty cavalier here because this is a simulated trading account. I get that. But with my actual swing trades that I do on a regular basis, this is how I manage my stop losses. No different than what I'm doing right now. So far, okay, this one I'm going to move up just to break even, because you can see that blue line shows where I entered that stock. I've entered it at 51.59. I've been in that position for a couple of weeks now. I'm just going to drag my stop loss level up to about break even. Right? It's been in it for a couple of weeks. No need to turn a winner into a loser at this point. We'll leave that one where it is. I think the rest of these I'm probably going to stay where they are. Oh, Twitter's getting close. Man, this Twitter, I've been battling Twitter for years. I'm a believer that Twitter is a $500 stock. I really believe that. But every time it breaks out and I get long, man, I get stopped out over and over and over again, whether it's a stock trade or an options trade. And boy, it just makes me work for it. Anyway, last positions here. Okay, we're all good. I'm gonna leave all my stop loss orders where they are. That's just a workflow that I go through a couple times a week. I don't overthink it, guys. With swing trading, I'm letting time work for me. So JSN, I don't know if that's Jason. I see your question. How do you trade options using Trade Ideas filters? Well, I don't really use the filters. We have a very limited filter set for options. In fact, I'll show you guys. If I open up a topless window, go to the config window. If I go to search and I type in options, you'll see the entirety of the filter sets we have available for options. The only filter really that has any meaning for me, for what I do, is I will often use this options volume filter. Why? I'm using that to filter out stocks that don't trade options. So if I use this filter, if I add this filter and set a minimum of 1, then I'm only going to see stocks show up in my top list or my alert windows that are optionable, that have options trading. Okay, so that's really the only one I use for options. If you want to use Trade Ideas to trade options, you can, but you would use it in much the same way a stock trader uses it. You would use Trade Ideas to alert you to stocks that are on the move, where there's action that you might want to take an options position in. Nothing wrong with doing that. There's a lot of people that do that. But you're not going to find strike-specific data, expiration-specific data, spreads data, implied volatility data. I mean, these are all important inputs for someone who's a serious options trader who's putting on spreads. You're not going to find any of that data here. We're built primarily for stock trading. Mark, I see your question. Do you have to set entry order tab? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Can you clarify there, Mark? You're saying you don't have an orders tab on your Brokerage Plus window? Is that what you're saying right here? If you don't have that, all you simply do is just go to New and choose Orders tab, and that'll open up an Orders tab for you. Is that what you're asking? Michael, again, this is a simulated account. So it's not real money we're talking about here. But I can tell you that for all these trades, I've risked no more than $200 per trade. And you can see down here, again, simulated account, but you can see I currently have exposure of 75,000. So I'm basically using $75,000 of buying power to hold all of these open positions. Okay, you can see right there, see where it says exposure, 75.8K. That's where I can see how much buying power I'm currently using. So, Mark, the strategies tab just shows you all the active strategies that you can use. You'll see these two up here are just default for everybody, and they're always on, but they don't do anything really. In fact, I'm not even sure what they do, to be completely honest with you. But these 3 strategies here, these are custom strategies that I've added. And you can see that they're all currently off. If I want to turn any of these on, I just right-click and choose click to enable. That would turn the strategy on. By the way, I got a Apple HomePod for Christmas, and it's sitting on my desk, so it's playing some music in the background. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. Playing a little Pink Floyd. I'm having a Pink Floyd morning. I think this HomePod might be a little bit more power than I need from my office. My office is what's the square footage here? If I had to guess, I'd say it's I don't know, 20 by 20, 18 by 18 square foot office. This HomePod might be a bit much power. It's a bit more powerful than I thought it would be, that's for sure. We do not have a filter for warrants. No. I don't believe. I mean, let me just check. If I right click and open up my configurations, if I type in warrant, nope, we don't have any filters for warrants. The thing that you'll want to do there, Jason, if that is your name, you'll want to, I don't know, Google the list of warrant symbols, find all the warrant symbols that you can find, and then create a custom symbol list in which you could then exclude those symbols. So if you go, I'm kind of going backwards here, but let's say you've created a list of all warrants, right? All stocks that you definitely don't want to trade. Once you've created that list, then in any top list config window or an alert config window, you go to your symbol list page or symbol list tab, and your list would show up in here. Well, first you'd have to hit add existing list and find the list that you created and click on it, and then it'll show up here. And then check this out, you could exclude the following lists. You just choose that and then you click on the list, right? And this will exclude any symbols from these lists. Okay, now I kind of went backwards. That's step 2. Step 1 is creating that list in the first place. And to create that custom list, you go to your TI menu bar up here, you go to Tools, Symbol Lists, and create a new list. And here you give it a name. You could call it warrants. Okay. And then it shows up in your window here. Just highlight it and then click Edit List. And this is where you can start typing in your symbols. I'm just typing in random symbols off the top of my head. But you would add them all in there and hit OK. And then you got a symbol list. Okay. Now, I don't want to keep that one, so I'm going to highlight it and click Delete List. There's a couple of, since I'm here, I'll clean up a few of these. A lot of these are just dummy lists. Okay, I'll keep the rest. All right, Jason, I'm glad that sort of helped. It's a little bit, it takes a little work on your side, I know, but better than nothing. Okay, Mark, you need me to review how to set up my position sizing? All right. So with my strategies, the way I set up my position sizing, so I'm using the swing trade buy strategy. This is the example I was using before, okay? And what does that mean? Let me just go to a chart real quick. Let's say I want to buy this stock, this WK. I want to buy it right now. All I got to do is right click, hit trade WK and hit buy using swing trade buys, and that'll put a trade right out. Super, at the right size with my appropriate stop loss. But how did I set those up? How did I set up my stop loss level and position sizing? I got to go here first and edit the trading strategy. So in swing trade buys, if I right click and hit edit trading strategy, and risk management tab is where I set how my stop loss is determined. This is an important part for me. I have it set a percentage 5% away. That's, I'm not saying that's the best place to place a stop order, right? I mean, I'm just kind of throwing some dummy math at it, brute force math. Not trying to, because I'm trying to work quickly across many, many positions and not trying to micromanage each one. But for me, I just do a standard 5% stop loss. And then I go to the order details tab. Okay. And I set my position sizing to based on stop loss. And here's where I set how much I'm willing to risk per trade. So I've got it set to 200. That means it'll size my position in such a way that if I hit my stop loss, I will lose approximately $200 of my capital. That's it. So is this what you needed to see, Mark? Let me know. Okay, so you're talking about, you want to know more about this entry order section down here. Okay. I knew we'd get there, Mark. I'm sorry. So for me, guys, there's different schools of thought here. You could do market orders or limit orders. That's really your best bet. I don't know, stop and stop limit orders are kind of weird for systematic trading, but there's two schools of thought, market or limit. Nothing wrong. People like to use limit orders all the time because you've all heard that, oh, a market order is a license to steal from the brokers. They're going to give you the worst possible fill because you're buying on the offer and selling on the bid. Yes, that is technically true. But in today's market, in 2021, most stocks have pretty tight bid-ask spreads. Yes, you're paying the spread if you buy on the offer and sell on the bid. I know that. But it's a small price to pay, especially for those of you who trade. Well, actually, for those of you using this with real money, you'd be trading through Interactive Brokers, and they have very cheap commissions. In a cheap commissions world, paying the spread should not be a major concern for you. Now, so I understand why people use limit orders because they don't want to pay the spread. They don't want to get a bad fill. But let me tell you something, guys. Whether you're a swing trader or a day trader or a long-term investor, here's what's going to happen if you use limit orders. If you use a limit order, you are guaranteed 100% to get into every trade that doesn't work out. Meaning, your limit order will get filled on its way to lower prices, at which point you'll get stopped out and take a losing trade, right? I mean, it's math. For you to lose on the trade, your limit order has to get filled, right? Your limit order will get filled if it's a losing trade. On the flip side, if there's a hot stock and there's a big breakout happening, you put a limit order out and the market runs away from you, you're not getting into that trade. You're going to completely miss that trade. And guys, doesn't matter what your time frame is. Scalper, day trader, swing trader, long-term investor. Our job as traders is to get those big wins, no matter what. Because the big wins make up for everything else. That's where our profits come from. Because there's only 4 scenarios of any trade. There's really 4 scenarios that or outcomes of any trade. You could lose a little bit of money. You could win a little bit of money. You could lose big money, or you could win big money, right? Those are really, if you get down to it, those are the 4 possible scenarios. So our job as traders, number 1, is to eliminate the possibility of having any big losers. That has to be job number 1. You have to use stop orders. You have to size your positions properly. You can't risk more than, most people will tell you never to risk more than 2% of your capital in any one trade. Most of the most successful traders I know rarely risk more than 1% of their capital in any one trade. So that's job number 1. Never take a big loss if you can help it. Now, look, I understand sometimes the stock will gap through your stop loss order and there's nothing you can do and you get filled at a worse price than you wanted. Look, we're all subject to that risk. But if it's within your control, we never take a big stop loss. We cannot do that. So, got that out of the way. The next 2 buckets, you're going to have a lot of small wins, you're going to have a lot of small losses. Those are going to basically offset each other. It's going to be a net wash. Maybe a positive a little, maybe negative a little, no big deal. It's that 4th bucket, the big winners. We have to get those big winners. The big winners make up for everything else. I could tell you in 2020, swing trading using these strategies, I did approximately, I think it was around 245 swing trades last year. And 10 of those swing trades, 10 of them, maybe it was 9. It was 9 or 10, I forget. They represented all of my profits. Because the rest, small wins, small losses, they basically offset each other. But there were 9 or 10 trades that represented all the profits I had that year. I mean, and the one that comes to mind off the top of my head was Peloton. This was a swing trade that we had gotten in. Let's go back. This swing trade made our year. See that buy entry right there that Holly got into? That's where we bought it. And look how far we rode this thing. We got out, when it topped out over here, we got stopped out somewhere in this level. We never sell the top. Want the market to prove us wrong. But this trade right there, stock went up more than double for us. We made more than doubled our money. That stock alone probably paid for all of our losses last year. And that's the name of the game, folks. Doesn't matter if you're a swing trader, scalper, long-term investor, you got to have the big wins. And if you're micromanaging your orders such that you're entering with limit orders, I'm telling you, I don't think it's worth the risk, because there's a risk that you might miss the best trades. And we can't afford to miss the best trades, everybody. You'll catch every loser with a limit order. You'll definitely catch every loser. But you have to catch the big ones to make it worth it. And the only way you can guarantee that you'll catch the big winners is by using market orders. That will get you in every trade. Yes, you might get some slippage. But I'm telling you, you catch one of these Peloton trades, it's going to pay for a lot of slippage. Trust me. All right, Mark, I hope I answered your question there. Let me know if you need more color on that. I know I went off on a little bit of a tangent there. I apologize, but I hope it was instructive to you. I see, Patrick, you have a question. How could I set up a top list that shows inside day candles on the daily? Or is there potential? Yeah, there's a way to do that. So you want to see inside days. You want to see stocks that are exhibiting an inside day. Certainly we could do that. So let's do this. I'm going to launch a new top list window, and I do that by going to my TI menu bar. I go to New, and I choose Top List Window. And I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to click Start from Scratch up here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Search tab. This is where all the magic happens. And I'm going to type in Position in Range. We have a number of position in range filters. And it sounded like you were talking about daily candles. So I'm going to use the position in the previous day's range. So if I use this filter, add the filter, and if I set, let's say, a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 99, then this means it's going to show me all stocks that are currently trading inside the previous day's trading range. If it's currently at a 102, that means it's trading above yesterday's range. Or if it's a -7, that means it's trading below yesterday's trading range. So you can set it to 1 or 99. I mean, you could even drill it in a little bit more. You could say, I want it to be within, even tighter towards the middle of yesterday's trading range. You could play with those numbers, but that's how you would do it, Patrick. This will show you stocks that are trading inside yesterday's candle. And by the way, that was a great question, Patrick. I hope you heard it. Took a while to get to your answer. But let me know you're good, if you're good, or if you need any more clarification. Ooh, my Pink Floyd ended, and now I'm getting some classic Aerosmith. Dream On. Ooh. Haven't heard that song in a long time. Excuse me for a moment while I take a sip of my coffee. All right, Patrick, I'm glad you got your answer. Awesome. Glad you were there. I know sometimes it takes a while to get to everyone's question, and then sometimes they turned away for a moment or stepped away to the bathroom and they missed their answer, which is kind of a bummer. So, folks, so far we've riffed already through 40 minutes. So I see that there are a few people here who have logged in since our ignominious, what's the word there? We had a kind of a halting start there. We had a little technical difficulty getting started. But for those of you who missed my preamble, this is a live Q&A session, and we're going to continue until the top of the hour here. We do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of people who host these sessions. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. I'm hosting today. Tomorrow will be Steve. Wednesday is Michael. Thursday is Jamie. Friday it's Andy. That's usually how each week goes. Sometimes we mix it up. Guys are on vacation. Guys are on important calls. Whatever. We all fill in for each other whenever we can. I know we've been mixing Chris in to the mix. Chris is our newest hire. So we get different voices every day and different perspectives and different strategies. So if you got the bandwidth, if you got the time, and you're still trying to figure out this software, come hang out with us. Come hang out with us every day at noon Eastern. Even if you don't have any questions of your own to ask, I promise you somebody's going to ask a question about something that you didn't know the software could do, or you didn't know you could do it in that way, and boom, it was worth your while. Unfortunately, I am not the custom formula guy. I do have limits. I know enough to be dangerous on the software, but I don't know everything. And one of those things I don't know anything about are custom formulas. You can create custom formulas, custom filters on trade ideas, but I'm not a coder. My brain doesn't work in coder math, so I'm not able to figure that out for you. But I can tell you, it looks like you're asking for a custom alert. We don't have custom alerts. Alerts are not customizable, only filters. Yeah, that I do know. You can only create a custom filter that you can apply to an alert, but you cannot create any custom alerts. But if you have questions on that, Aya, the thing to do is to send our support team an email, and the custom formula experts will help you out. I'm going to type the email address in here for you. It's info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best place to send all of your questions that I can't answer, or any questions at any time, really. Day or night, weekends, holidays, whatever. Send your questions there. That email address is actively monitored by our entire support team, and we'll get your questions answered as soon as possible. Jason, one request. When you post videos for daily Q&A sessions, is it possible to include all chat history? It is not, and that's out of our control. That's a YouTube thing. We put this live chat here on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't do that. The chat window on YouTube is always real time. So even if we're showing old videos, it's going to be, unfortunately, the chat's real time. We don't control that. So folks, we got about 13 minutes left for me to hang out with you. So if you're sitting on a question, now's your time to ask. And trust me, whether you're an expert or a beginner, your question is not too dumb or too hard for somebody here. So please put it out there. Somebody will benefit from getting an answer to your question, I hope, assuming I can answer it. There are some beginner's questions that I can't answer, and there are plenty of expert questions that I can't answer, but I can certainly point you in the right direction. You guys been kicking around any of our new channels, our newest channels? We got this WOPR, which I don't know what the heck that is. That's a Dan Merkin thing. But this SPACs channel is pretty interesting to me. This is new, all the rage, unless you've been hiding under a rock for the last several months. SPACs, blank check companies are all the rage these days. So we built a channel here for you to see all the SPACs that are having some notable moves today. There's a lot of them. Easy way to drill into the sector, and this multi-strategy window here shows you where there's some action happening. And here's one that's been selling off all day. This would have been a good short. So if you're interested in trading SPACs, you're trying to find SPACs. I mean, shit, I don't know all the SPAC symbols. There's so many of them. They pop up every day, it seems like. Come hang out on this channel here. This new channel we launched recently, SPACs, blank check companies. You might find that useful. I can certainly say there's been a lot of action there. Another Christmas present I got this year is I got these I don't know what you call them, blue blocker eyeglasses that you can wear while you're staring at computer screens. Supposed to be better for your eyes. So I'm trying to get used to these things here. Only time I wear glasses is wearing sunglasses. So it's I'm not used to wearing glasses while I'm at work. That's a little bit of an adjustment. I'm not sure if I'm noticing any benefit, but nonetheless, I'm trying it out. I've been on a bit of a health hacking craze over the last few months, trying to optimize things. We only got one body, folks. Let's treat it well. It's the only one you got for the rest of your life. Can you tell we're starting to slow down in the questions? I'm starting to riff on non sequiturs here, things that have nothing to do with trading or with the software. We have 10 minutes to go, folks. So any questions you got, now's the time to throw them in so we can have enough time to tackle them. Otherwise, I'm going to pass you back to Barry in the live trading room, and he'll take you all the way through to the end of the day. Yes, Barry, I can see you. I see that you're here. Awesome. If you put a good till cancel order, GTC, it's going to stay good till canceled until you cancel it. You'll notice here in my orders tab, I got stops here. It doesn't say if it's good till cancel. It should. But these are good till cancel stops. They stay active all day long. Oh, I see this. Good till day. Maybe this is what you're talking about. It should say good till cancel because these do stay active. Maybe it's just that our system just kind of resends them for you every day before the market opens. I'm not exactly sure on that, Aya. But I do know that I place these stop loss orders and they stay in force until I get filled, whether it takes months, weeks, months, days, doesn't matter. Well, yeah, you'll know. If you got any open stop loss orders that are working right now, when you come back tomorrow, if they're still there, then you'll know they're working. If you come back tomorrow and they're not working, let us know. We'll see if we can figure that out. Sanchez, how do you jump into a bullish reversal on the swing? Well, I mean, that's not something I do. So I don't have any domain experience to offer you on that. My swing trades, I like to stick with momentum. I like to be in stocks that are like this AMAT trade. I mean, this stock has been strong for all last quarter. I like to be in stocks that have momentum. I mean, look at this chart. That's a stock I want to be long. I'm not looking for any reversals. I'm just looking to stick with the trend. The trend is my friend, Sanchez. Christian, in options trading, is it better to buy over the current price or under the current price? It's best to just try to get filled in the middle. Now we're kind of going outside of the scope of what we do here, trade ideas, but the best practice on trying to get filled on an options trade is, whatever the bid-ask spread is, try to put a limit order out there in the middle. And if you don't get filled, let it marinate for a minute or two. If you don't get filled, then maybe improve your price by a penny or a nickel, whatever the increment is, and work that way. If there's a wide spread, I don't ever want to pay the ask if I'm buying, or I don't ever want to sell the bid if I'm getting short. Now, if it's a tight bid-ask spread like SPY options, I trade a lot of SPY options. The bid-ask spread is 1 or 2 pennies at most times. I mean, I'll just throw an order out and get filled. I don't care. So Barry, we're starting to wind down here. It sounds like you're listening. Probably pass it back to you in a few minutes. If you want me to go long as penance for our bungled opening, I'm happy to do so. If you want, if you want a few more minutes, just let me know. No worries. Although it appears I have a meeting with David coming up, so I won't have too much time. You're welcome, Christian. You're welcome. All right, folks, 5-minute warning. Last call for questions. If I don't get any questions here in the next minute, I'll probably just shut it down and pass it back to Barry. Yes, Jason. The way I do these swing trades that you see here in my Brokerage Plus, every one of these trades was first done by the AI. That was my signal that there's something going on. And if I liked the long-term trend, then I got into a swing trade. I mean, if I'm really simplifying it for you, that's it, right? So I see that Holly's only done one trade today, which is surprisingly low, but it is what it is. She's only done one trade today, and it's in an ETF, in a double leverage ETF. So that's not a symbol I would trade for a swing trade, but I would basically look at all the trades she did, and if I like the long-term chart, again, I only like to swing trade from the long side. That's my preference. You might like to trade on the short side, and that's great. If it works for you, keep doing it. But I like to trade on the long side, and I want to see a trend from the bottom left to the upper right, and I don't see it here for certain, so I'm not trading it. Hi, Ron. Yes, you can zoom in on charts. So here, I got a 5-minute chart here. If I click on it, the way you zoom in is hold the control key on your keyboard and then hit your right or left arrow keys. So here I'm hitting my right arrow key while holding the control key and I'm zooming in. Right? I could also use the spin wheel on my mouse if you have one of those. I'm holding the control key and spinning out with my mouse. See that? So I can zoom in this way, zoom in and out, while holding the control key and hitting the arrows. Good question, Ron. I'm sure somebody else is wondering what that was too, so thank you. And if you're on a chart and you just hit and you don't hold the control key, you just hit your left and right arrows, you just go back and forth in time. So see, I'm going back in time. I can hit the right key and go back. And if I'm not at real time, you'll see this little arrow here in the chart. If I just click that, that'll bring me back to current time, to real time. So folks, we're winding down here. Just last call for questions. I'll hang out with you for another couple of minutes. If I can answer any quick ones, I will. You can always send questions to info@trade-ideas.com. Those questions are answered all day long. I'm going to put the email address in here once again. It's in the chat window there, info@trade-ideas.com. Best place to get questions answered anytime. Ron, you couldn't find the control key on your keyboard, huh? Well, it's there. At least it should be, unless you got some kind of weird keyboard that I'm not familiar with. On my keyboard, the control key is in the bottom left and bottom right. I've got two of them. Might be different on yours, I don't know. Yeah, if you hit flatten on a ticker, so let's go to open up my Brokerage Plus window here. Let's go over a different layout. If you have an open position and you want to get out of it, let's say I'm in this AGCO position, I want to get out of it, right? All I got to do is highlight it and click flatten. That will close the trade. That's what flatten means. Oh, if you have no position on, nothing's going to happen. I don't think anything will happen. Let's try it out. Let's have a little experiment. What's a ticker I don't have a position in right now? I'm not in Microsoft. So I'm just going to set this to 1 share. 1 share. Okay, great. Market. Why doesn't that go away? Go away. Actually, let's clear that out. There we go. Okay, so I have Microsoft locked and loaded here to buy 1 share of market, but I don't have a position on right now. Let's see what happens if I hit flatten. Actually, you know what? If I hit flatten right now, it's going to flatten this position here I've got highlighted. So maybe I don't want to have any positions highlighted. Here's a position that I have 0 shares in. This is the stock that I got stopped out in today, right? So let's highlight Domo. Let's highlight it, hit flatten. Let's see what happens. I don't think anything will happen. If I go to my executions tab, nope, nothing has happened. I got out of Domo earlier this morning. So yeah, if you hit flatten and you have no position, nothing's going to happen. All the flatten button is for exiting existing positions. Ron, if you can't find your control key, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I got both a Mac and a PC, and I got a control key on both of my keyboards. If your keyboard doesn't have a control key, you might be out of luck. For me, on both of my keyboards, both my Mac and my PC, the control key is in the bottom left of my keyboard, bottom left corner. It might look like CTRL. Might say that on the key, or it might say control. Depends on your keyboard again. And Ron, if you want a last question, I'll answer is Ron wants to know: can he draw a box around stocks on a chart? No, you can't draw boxes, but you can draw horizontal lines. So see these little items up here on the top of the chart. See this little horizontal line here? If I click this and then click there. If I click it again, so 1 click here and then click on the chart where I want it to go, that'll draw the horizontal lines. And then I can drag these wherever I want. So you can draw horizontal lines. It's kind of like drawing boxes, right? You can put those in there. And then if you want to get rid of any of them, you just click on them, hit the delete key on your keyboard, and then go away. All right, folks, that's all I got for me. I see Barry's pinging me. He's ready to go. So I'm going to pass the stream over to Barry. Once again, folks, we do these every day, trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We got different people every day hosting these calls. So if you have questions about trade ideas, this is the best place to get your questions answered, at least where you can see our screens. If you need to see something through the screen, this is the best place to do it. We do it every trading day. Sayonara, everybody. Back to you, Barry. I'm stopping the stream now.
All right, guys, can you guys hear me in the YouTube feed? I don't know if I've kicked Sean out or not. We're having some issues trying to communicate, so I wasn't sure if he's left the YouTube feed. So can you guys can hear me? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Okay, guys, just in time for me to do my video. So for those of you in the YouTube feed, we've been watching this SNSS. It may be really starting now. So keep an eye on the SNSS, okay? It has a void up until about 3. So I'm going to do my video right now. I'm going to put my, get the announcement in. There it goes, guys. SNSS, there it goes. And I knew you were going to do that because it's near the top of a channel, but bon chance, as they say. And if you want to follow along my video that I do, okay, if you click on my homepage link, and right there. Daily market recap, okay? Right there. Okay, guys, we'll see you at about 1:25. I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Let me get my music going. Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, again, I allow my bias to really overwhelm me on this one, but look at the JAGX. JAGX, huge move now. Huge move, JAGX. And you know what? I mean, it is over now. That high right there. That's a few days ago. Well, let's see if this one can finally hold gains for longer than one day. GAGX. I've just seen that one happen too many times that it doesn't do this. It doesn't continue. I don't know. I don't even know if there's any news on it, specific news. I don't see any specific news on it. Wow, what a bounce. Oh, man. Well, good for you guys if you took advantage of that one. It's an $8 bounce. Any one of these scanners really, Brulin, because I don't have a specific scanner for swing trades. Just that any one of these, everything I see is making a new high, okay, for the day, or a new low, but a new high. So my next step then is to just take a look at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see if it has a lot of room still. So that would I like, first of all, I'm not a big swing trader, but that would dictate to me whether or not it is a swing trade candidate. Kind of like the check, okay? That's why if the check closes well, I'd be interested in it because it's got some room up to 2. I mean, that's not a tremendous swing trade, but it's got some room. But so I don't have a swing trade setup. If you're, I don't really have one. Now, one of the ones that you can take a look at from my scans that I'm sharing, if you click on, yes, okay, yeah, exactly. So that's it. I mean, I suppose you could call that's my swing trade if you want to call it my setup, but it's not. But I don't have an alert window giving me that. That's just if I click on an alert and I start to look at these time frames, that it becomes potentially a candidate. The one you can take a look at, if you click on subscriptions and you click on my home page from subscriptions, okay, click on my home page. One of the scans I am sharing, trend reversal up and down. So certainly the up can give you some, looks. These are stocks that have been beaten up that might, look attractive as a potential swing. Okay, the last one. I mean, I know we just got one. I didn't, I was doing my video, so I didn't see that one. Or the DXC. Yeah, I think there's something wrong. I know the first one, there seemed to be something wrong. So it looks like the price is right, no pun intended, but we got the alert when? When did you get that alert? Slack is down. Yeah, so we've had issue. Well, Slack has been an issue for us today. I don't think there's anything really, there's nothing more to add. I think we're aware. We are aware. What time did you get that alert? Eastern time. What time did it come in? So we are aware of it. Luckily, there are only 2 alerts today, so. Okay. Look, I'd love to believe in this JAGX. I just don't. I've seen this too many times. Let's take a look at that monthly chart. Back it out just a little bit more. So we're at 157 now. So the high here was 138. The high here was 160. And the high here was 179. Well, let's see if it takes out. Listen, if it can somehow take out 170, man, then you're looking at something. If it takes out, I'm going to stick an alert right here, in fact. What's the high right there? 171. I'm going to put an alert right around 175. See if it takes this out for the JAGX. Yeah, I can't answer that, Renka, okay? Like again, I don't know if you're directing that question to me specifically or just in general. This QTT, this was done because I was just showing people how you can take, how you can put a conditional buy order on top, and, so it did execute it. This is what I see. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the wrong stock. Let me throw that back to you. What do you see on the daily chart? What do you see on the monthly chart? What do you see on the weekly chart? And also, does it look extended to you? I mean, has it been straight up? Or is it sort of resting a bit? Now look at the SPY, guys. Okay, SPY is putting in a nice bounce. It's actually putting in a very nice bounce here. Okay, so if it is resting, like here, where would you think that an interesting entry level would be? Where do you think? Well, look at the highs on the 5-minute chart. Okay, almost 1, 2, 3, 4, right in this level, right around 205. So I mean, there's no guarantee, but if all of a sudden it got a lot of volume and it took out that 205 area, I mean, it could be an entry. The only issue is look left on the weekly chart. And the next high, I mean, to me, there's not enough room. It would really have to clear 220. 2 weeks ago, that was the high. So even if it took out this area at 205, only 15 cents away is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Now, if it can somehow get through 220, then you're looking at 270 to 3. All right, so that's what I see anyway. So if you have trade ideas, instead of, staring at it, you can put a couple of price alerts, one here, 205, and another one at 220. And see what happens. Just see what happens. But for instance, I would never buy this because it looks like it's going to move higher. Okay? Venom, VNOM. This just showed up a moment. It's just so extended. VNOM. Too bad. It's just so extended on the 15s. This might be something you might want to take a look at, William, in terms of a short, VNOM. I see there's the, well, no. Okay, sorry. There's the Bollinger Band up here, so it is not breaking it. It looks like it's above the channel for me, but the Bollinger Band break is not there. All right, NOVN again. Another cheap one. But look at the float, 131 million in the float. Pretty impressive though, up 41%, but it did that last 2 days ago, and then it just tanked. Remember me, it's a little worrisome. 116 high. Closes down at 80 cents. I mean, that's a big drop, but it's right at that high now of 2 days ago, NOVN. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think our Bollinger Bands are pretty much the same. I mean, that looks like around, well, it's hard to say, 250 or so 255 or 1250. It's pretty close. Hard to know if it will take that out, what the actual price would be, but I have not mentioned Tiger, but I think somebody is along this one as a swing. Interesting. I mean, it's taking out 832 and 845, so it's above the high of the last 2 weeks. It is China. You'll never convince him, real. You'll never convince him. Well, you might convince him. I shouldn't say that, but maybe get both. Maybe have both. Well, there's another move. Again, guys, this one tomorrow, VRAY, the high is right there, 488. So, I mean, this has got a ton of room. This could easily be a second day continuation. Or what might happen, maybe a rest tomorrow and then a continuation that they on Wednesday. Or it might continue tomorrow. Or it may never continue. But seriously, I mean, this is, obviously a very strong stock today in the face of what the market was doing. Preliminary I think it's Q4 results were released. So this is, has to be on a watch list for tomorrow. Wow, this has just been a minor pullback there. Little pullback there in the fives, held and then broke. And I'm sure channel breaks are happening all over. Maybe not. Maybe not. However, Bollinger Band breaks are happening, but boy, this is so strong. And I'm talking about the VRAY. No, this might take out that get up there today. It's not going to. It's not going to hit 9, or else that's it. That's my last day of moderating. If this one hits 9:25 today. Yeah, I know, Asia. I did that for you because you've been talking about that all day. Look at the volume coming in. What is the float? I can't remember what the float for ViewRay is. Come on. You know, it's fine. Yeah, it's not a low float. 104 million in the float, so that is not a low float. Well, my thoughts on SLCA is that it was a tremendous bounce from 828 up to here. I mean, right now though, you're chasing it. I mean, it could take it. You know, obviously, it could take out the high, which it just did, but you're in chase mode now. You know, I mean, the next high looking left is 957 on that monthly chart. All right, guys. So I'm watching this check. Don't like this action right here, but let's see if this holds. If this doesn't hold, and this may not even come close to following, it's still up 154%. This is still looking interesting, this SNSS. It pulled back, holding, only because of the room it's got on that weekly chart. It has room to 3. Yeah, I mean, it's too bad. I mean, it's a great bounce from down here. But you know, to get into it now, you're just chasing it. You know, look at it on the 5s, on the 2s, on the 15s. Now here's another one just ripping here. Ripping. Maybe two. Look at this. TRXC. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Not low float. 91 million in the float. So it's not a low float. Looking left on the weekly chart, 103. If it can take out that 128, I mean, on a percentage basis, that would be pretty good. Red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. So I am in the monthly development meeting at 2 o'clock, guys. 2 o'clock Eastern, so that's in about 18 minutes from now. Wow, look at this go now. TRXC. So their news to participate in 2 upcoming virtual healthcare something or others. That is the news, but that was really early. this morning. 6:55 I have. Eastern time, of course. Yeah, NCTY is trying to come back. Some volume came in on that 2 minute. Again, you're going to take this one, just be aware, 1.7 million in the float. So remember that 816 down to 674 very rapidly. So just be very, very aware. This V-ray almost looks like it's halted. It's not. I think it is. It's not halted. It's just not trading right now. When I say not trading, I mean the trading is slowed down. I don't mean it's not trading. Before somebody jumps on me saying it's not halted. All right, well, Digital Ally, however, I see a lot of resistance for this one, okay? DGLY, it is triggering in my momentum up, but look at all the resistance not that far away. Look at the daily chart. Again, you're new to trading, just look at these charts. I mean, you should start, like the more charts you see, the more you should start to recognize what is a good-looking chart and what is not a good-looking chart. So right now, Digital Ally, yeah, it's a nice move, but look at all the resistance right around here, not that far away. Doesn't mean it'll stop 100%, but we like to put the odds in our favor. Watch it pop right through. Okay, guys, so Czech is trying to come back a little bit. I'm really, really interested in this one. Let's see if I can get up to this area. I may take this. Depending on what it does, I mean, if it holds near the highs and then it starts trading in the after hours and some volume, I mean, there's a possibility I will take this one. This is not a recommendation. I'm just telling you what I may do, and that is the CH. Now look at, is this still a zzz for you? Zach? It's amazing, isn't it, though? It's amazing how it just sort of, I almost thought it was halted. It just wasn't, it was trading, but it was just trading up a penny, down a penny, up a penny, down a penny. Yeah, well, a lot of volume coming in. Definitely a lot of volume. Well, let's see what it does here. Here's the big, the big area of resistance right around here. And a lot of volume. Wow, it's Tesla over 700 again. ODT, I haven't seen that was. Yeah. Oh, that's right. This is the one that I was really kind of interested in last week, thinking it could. Well, listen. I mean, it's trying to fill in this void. I have no more thoughts other than as a potential swing trade. I mean, look at the area that it could get to. Not saying to take it or anything like that. It's a low float though, 29 million. So you got to be aware for a $20 stock to have 29 million. That's pretty low. But as a potential swing trade, what did it get to today? 21.60. So it's off a little less than 80 cents, about 80 cents off the highs. Glad you reminded me. This is the one that I was looking at last week. But again, I'm not going to tell you to buy it or anything else. But yeah, it definitely has a lot of room if it wants to keep running. Yeah, that's a wild one, man. Oh man. Again, anybody see any news on it? Oh, again, this is the only news. So if anybody was able to check, maybe they forecasted way above 88 million. That's the only thing I can think of is for the drop for DNLI. All right, so this may be running out of steam. V-Ray, or it may just be resting. There's that. It did break above the Bollinger Band. I know you're aware of that. Looks like around 554. It's interesting that this one, a China stock, lots of news about China now and listings on the U.S. exchanges. I don't know if this is just bluster or not, but there's Chew. It's not really down that much. I mean, it's down 5%, but it's not. And the other one is Cha. It's down a little bit more. And the other one is CHL. Those are the three I saw in a pre-market preamble about what might happen to these China telecoms. Well, SLCA guys, I mean, this is a real, what's the high there? 957. I mean, it still has some room. SLCA still has some room. Problem is, now it's basing a little bit. It's not a chase anymore. As long as it just bases a little bit and then pops through with volume. There's a pullback there. I mean, it's still, well, it's a chase on the 15s. It's hard. The highs looking left, though, is 957. Great upgrade. I have to follow these guys more often. Evercore. I mean, that's all I saw. In terms of a reason for this to move. Evercore upgraded to outperform. Yeah, who's your broker? V-Ray, yeah, it depends on your broker. Well, longs. I mean, there's every broker will have longs, but and V-Ray, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but it's up to your broker, as Real says. Zip. Oh, I see. I see what you meant. You didn't mean as your broker. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, there could be some in the room that are long and some in the room are short. I see. I thought you meant are there like longs and shorts available from your broker? Now I understand. Yeah, well, and listen, different people will, a lot of people will look at this and say it's way too extended, so they'll short it. All right, check, guys. All right, guys, so this development meeting is going to start very soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement. It could be a long meeting, first one of the year, so it could be a long meeting. All right, guys, I'm now back, and a long meeting, so I'm going to be shutting down at around 3 o'clock. Any questions, of course, fire away. I do want to just put one last time in this promo code because I'm almost 100% sure it's going to disappear tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So one last chance to get that 25% off. Let me just put in how you do it. Go into my home page, click on Get Trade Ideas. Mr. Mike, I see you there. I don't know anything about NGA and an Amazon deal. So I'm just looking to see if there's any. I don't even see any news on that. All right, guys, this CHEK still has my attention. What is the deal? I don't know. I haven't seen it. This Amazon deal, NGA. Oh, I see. Okay. No, I don't. Well, I don't know what my thoughts would be. Obviously, good for the company, I guess. As far as analyzing what this means going forward for them, I don't know. Yeah, V-Ray is still strong. I can't. This is tomorrow. Again, we could have a second day continuation on. I call this pseudo earnings because what they've done is they've pre-announced their Q4, and obviously whatever they have done. Or published, the market loves it. Look at this. It's a big float, 56 million, 104 million in the float. So is this a SPAC back here? No. Oops. You know what? We've got this little issue again. It's stuck on ViewRay for some reason. Let me just do a reset. See if that clears that up. Yes. It is a shell company, okay. So it's sort of a SPAC. Sort of kind of is. Just go up to help. I'm sorry, go to your account in your toolbar, Asia, and just click reset connection. So I'll be shutting the room at 3 o'clock. Again, always say later if there are some questions. Yeah, I see. I have a list. Haha. Well, let's see. What is the SPY doing now? So the SPY, after that initial 2.5 hours of straight down, a little pop, but it's starting to drift down a little bit now. Good volume too. Look at the volume. Even later on, I mean, look at that 600,000 shares on that 2-minute candle. Now here's another one that just showed up here pretty late, but 172 at 155, so $1.72. Another one's got a lot of room on a percentage basis is MTNB. Nice analysis regarding NCTY from Real. I mean, why it's just like, it's just too hard. I mean, with that float, guys, now who knows what happens tomorrow? Just because of the news, Maldo, okay? The news is that they had a 180-day extension to get their NASDAQ compliance. It's exactly the same news. Now, listen, it may not do anything, but it's exactly the same news that got Bingo going, BNGO. Okay, it's exactly the same. Now, the difference is, BNGO I think has a little more room. Also, they had some news today, but before that news today, that was the only reason that I could see for it having its rip. So when I saw Check this morning saying virtually the same thing, we've had 180 days to get our NASDAQ compliance in order. I thought, you know what? And look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume that has come into this. I mean, 271 million shares. I mean, look at what, and this is a lower float, only 42 million in the float. BNGO has got 153 million in the float. I mean, it still is trading extraordinary numbers, okay? But look at Check. And listen, I don't know if Check is going to do it. Don't get me wrong. But look at the volume and look at its float. So I'm just saying, you know what? It's virtually the same news. Now, it has more stumbling blocks, right around $2. But that's why. That is the reason. I mean, it's up 180%. Now, that may not be interesting to you. I'm not trying to convince anybody that is a reason. But I'm definitely interested. I want to see how this closes. I don't know if you're going to get it. Now, I might have to, I didn't say what I would do, but I basically said, I did not believe VRAY could possibly get to 925 today. I still don't think that can happen. But that is, I mean, that's the next high looking left on that monthly chart. Have this on your radar tomorrow. See if it's a second day continuation. Actually, you might even want to watch it after hours. I mean, this could easily have a nice little move after hours. That's my logic on that one, Maldo. Yes. But look at the volume increase though too. I mean, look, this is the biggest. This is the biggest bar of the day for the 15-minute chart. I mean, that's astonishing. Same for the 5. Wow. I mean, it's hard. I mean, on a daily chart, it's almost impossible because, I mean, look at the gaps. You know, I mean, you want to put and the low of today is, to me, that'd be too far away. I don't know. I don't know how I would do this. You know, a lot of times you want to put the low of a daily chart, but I mean, if you're talking about swinging it for several days, but that's just too far away, in my opinion. You know, $2 on a $6 stock. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. The other thing too is that, I mean, look how it's super extended. I mean, you got to remember where it came from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago. This is a 50-cent stock, you know. So at some point, you know, the rug is going to get pulled. I'm not saying it's going back down to 50 cents, but hard to believe it'll maintain this gap again tomorrow. Listen, I'm not. Again, that's not a recommendation. You mean closing at 3 p.m.? Yep, 3 p.m. Yep. Unless there are questions. Well, SNSS. What is it doing right now? Yeah, I mean, it's looking. I just wish it would settle down rather than do all this. But I mean, it's got a ton of room still on a percentage basis to 3. On a percentage basis. I mean, I wish this weren't here, but if it could ever, you know, I don't know what it's going to do now. I mean, the high was 207. Looks like it really is going to hold that. If you were to swing this one, at least this one, you know, you could probably put 2 as your stop. You know, the low or the low of the day, 197. Or here, you know, I mean, it's a big stop though. I was actually hoping more that it would do it in this area here, kind of hold this area rather than do this and then come back. I mean, because again, you're kind of chasing it right now. Yeah, boy, forget NCTY. That really gave it up. Look at the volume, 52 million. I mean, this is more than 26 times the float. Yeah, she's hungry. Just well, I don't know if it for sure, but I mean that's why I'm interested, Andrea. Okay, I mean that's why I'm interested. I have no idea if it's going to do the same thing. You know, but the news is the same type of news. So I mean, I could never ever have predicted that BNGO would do what it did just based on, you know, 180 day extension. to get their NASDAQ license or compliance. But it doesn't really matter what I think. I mean, to me, the more astonishing part was it was 153 million in the float, and it did it. I mean, look at this, another 500 million shares traded. So when I look at check, I mean, if it can do something even modestly equivalent. Come on. Remember, it only has 42 million in the float. And look what it's traded. So anyway, we'll see. All right, guys, are there any more questions? I don't see any questions. So, well, interesting day to start off the 2021 calendar year. Thanks a lot. There goes check, guys. Thanks a lot for all of the help. And I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Don't forget that promo code. I'm going to nag. You know why I do this is because, Barry, I heard you talking about it, and I forgot to do it. And so what happens is, sometimes I can kind of get it, but it just creates more work for our support people. So, all right, guys. So I don't see any other questions. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.